What's up? What's going on? What are you guys doing out there?
Let's get ready to sports.
Who's partying? Where's
Friday
Buckley?
sports.
I missed Buck yesterday. I want to see my Buckley. There he is.
Your Buckley.
Sup?
Wouldn't it be our Buckley?
Our Ryan Buckley.
Our
right
potty
over there.
boy.
That's right. Cannon Buckley's the potty boy.
Did you miss us yesterday?
Big time. Although I got a healthy dose of Mike Lynch. That was great.
What do you
Because we did a lot of best of segments that included one Mike Lynch.
Oh, an homage
Yes.
to the man.
The swinge man himself.
I love that.
Hopefully you're doing all right out there, Mike.
That's swing, spelled S-W-I-N-J.
We missed you at the golf tournament.
Is that so?
Yeah, it would have been fun having you there.
There was a lot of talk about, man, I wish Buckley was here.
Well,
I don't know if I believe
he's
that.
being an ass. I am not.
Yeah.
You know,
Why am I being an ass for saying that?
Because I don't think a bunch of people were saying
I
that.
thought it. I want to tell you that I thought that.
He didn't.
because
He didn't say it, Buckley.
I did not say it.
I
but
never
thought
once heard it.
What?
I was out there on 6 because 6 has become. You know, the golf tournament is ever evolving.
Yeah.
The 1080 The Fan Golf Classic. Is that what we call it?
Yeah, let's go.
I
with
believe
that.
that's it.
Yeah.
Presented by Autotown GMC
A newel.
was yesterday. And, you know, we had COVID, and then we've had a little bit of a management change, and so things have, you know, the tournament is ever evolving. It's changed. I thought it was better than last year, and we're still trying to kind of get some feedback and grow it back up, right? So one of the things that I think is becoming a thing is we, as the talent, we sit out on the 6th hole.
Yeah, we post up.
Yeah, and all of us are out there,
Yeah.
not just
No.
we're supposed to go in shifts, but we don't really. We just all hang out there.
Well, because we all took turns kind of driving around and kind of going hole to hole. And what we found was it was just people liked when you got to 6, because everyone comes around. It just was everybody. Like at any given
That's
time.
the spot where that goes down.
At any given
Yeah.
time,
Yeah.
most of the shows were there. Like the sales guys, it was just a big kind of party atmosphere, and that was the doers guy.
Almost like having everybody at the turn, but you just moved it to midway through the first
It's like
nine.
the 17th hole at the Waste Management.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Only not really,
I
but
was going to say exactly like that, probably.
Well, we didn't have water, and we did have.
They would take their shirt off?
we had water. There was like a stack of water.
Oh yeah, I was talking about more like water to jump. in,
Oh, to jump in, yeah.
we didn't have that.
We could bring some kiddie pools next year.
I'd like that. Maybe a Mr. Turtle thing to we had a dunk tank one year. We need to bring
Yeah.
that back.
Well, I thought about that too. I was like, man, we should do everything on 6. Okay, so I was sitting there, and it was kind of cool because all of the hosts on the station were there.
Yeah.
And I did think in my head at one point, I'm like, man, it'd be cool if Buckley were here, because how often do all of the hosts at the station get together in the same place? It never happens.
That was the first time I've seen Dirt and Sprague in 7 years.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
I was like, hey, that's the first time I've seen Dirt since the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Swigard was up there, and and then when you drive around and go see different groups, that's cool too. But it also has to be quick because they're playing.
Yeah,
Like
they're
you don't
playing,
want to
yeah.
hold up the course.
And that's what makes doing it all in one place
Yeah.
at 6 better, because the expectation
Yes.
is, that's going to be the slow spot or
So,
whatever.
I am of the opinion that next year, when the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic is presented by Autotown GMC, that hole 6 is going to be even better. I mean, there may be multiple vendors. There may be little kiddie pools.
By the way, shout out to Derek from Doers, who was he was the man out there. We had the whiskey was flowing. That was like everyone was hitting. Like every fan person I was out there hitting shots for the people. We had a grand old time.
And
Jeff Russ showed up with the speakers, so we had some tunes.
yeah, we need better tunage.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a ways, and then if we had a dunk tank, we could bring that out there, bring some hots out.
Yeah.
I think there should have been some hots parading around in "My Son is an Idiot" T-shirts and
I think so.
things like this. Well, this is all part of, again, building the tournament back up. So I think 6 is going to be extra awesome next year.
Yes, agreed.
But while we were there, we had a hole-in-one.
Yes.
Somebody hit a hole-in-one.
Seriously? I did not know that.
Well,
Yes.
there was 2, but
There were 2, yeah.
only one on 6. The other one was on 17, which is like the big boy par 3. That's
So-
like 178.
Yeah.
The
And
guy
we
on
didn't see that.
The guy on 17, his name is Andrew Thiessen. He is from Everlife, who is a new awesome client here on the Fan. So Andrew, he got the best hole-in-one because it's 175 yards.
Except no one saw it except for his 3 teammates.
Right.
Whereas 6,
6, we were all there.
yeah, there
Then
was
it really was like the waste management.
it was, and he
It was
took
fun.
he took off running because people were trying to tackle him. It was good.
It was
times.
really fun.
Yeah.
His name is Nick Cirri, Cirri, and he would like you to donate to him on his Venmo. Nick Cirri, he wants money for his hole-in-one.
How much?
Well, he says Okay, so here's the thing. The 6th hole is too short
Yeah,
to be the hole-in-one hole for the car.
Yeah, insurance companies, if you don't know, anytime you see a hole-in-one at a golf tournament, whatever car company is putting that on or the tournament, they take out insurance. So they pay whatever it is, and then if someone does happen to hit a hole-in-one, there you go. No insurance company will pony up when it's I think it was playing like 98 yards.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
It was under 100.
Yes.
So
But
when
17 would be another story.
Yeah. So he aced it, and I was talking to him later, and he said he doesn't need a car or anything. He just wants his first 2 car payments because he just bought a new car. So he just wants to pay for his first 2 car payments. So he's hoping the fan listeners can hit him on Venmo. Nick Cirri.
A Venmo GoFundMe.
New car,
for
you
a
can go with the old
hole-in-one.
Ace Man license plate.
Yeah, the Ace Man.
He was not talking a lot of trash that he was going to go up and
No.
ace one.
And he was a good dude.
And
Or he still is, probably.
Yeah.
Even
I
today.
would, although maybe with the ego. You
Maybe
know,
he's getting cocky.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that was really fun because when you see a hole-in-one, and okay, so we've talked about this before, but if you've ever seen a hole-in-one, not even gotten one, but you've just been in a group,
I've never witnessed one.
it's really, really, really fun because assuming you see the ball go in the hole, which we did, he hit a really good shot. It wasn't a skunky shot.
No.
It was right at the flag, 1 hop or 2 hops and in, and we all saw it go in. And the second that happens, something comes over everyone.
It's anarchy.
Where you literally lose your S. And everybody just throws their hands up and runs around like screaming little children.
When I saw it, because I was behind the table, my first thought was, oh, I'm going to tackle him. I was going to tackle and go for the dog pile. And I think he sensed it because he took off running. He just started sprinting and doing like a Looney
I
Tunes
just
sort
think
of
that's
run.
the default
it
thing.
was awesome.
That's what you do.
Yeah,
You just
it
start
was cool.
running.
Yeah.
And then you run back. And then you
Just
we
doing
got,
some
we got to
laps.
go
Yeah.
we got to go play another hole.
I think that's the fun thing about the hole-in-one is that everybody's bracing for it on every swing, but no one's expecting it, so you get that reaction.
Yeah, exactly. And when you actually see it go in, it's Thunderdome.
Yeah.
And then later,
Yeah.
I gotta hand it to him.
Yeah.
Because you and I and Dusty and Danny and Dirt and Strike, we all hit a bunch of shots on 6.
Mhm.
I didn't even come close to a hole-in-one. But you know who did? Besides yourself. You said you did. I didn't see it.
Well, me and
Well, I
Dusty,
didn't see it.
Dusty, and Derek from Doers and Danny, in between rounds, we put a little cheddar. I said $20. Let's put a swing on it, right? Just everyone got a 20. We'll each take a swing, and I hit one, and it was one of those that it hit and it started rolling, and for a brief moment, I was like, "Holy crap!" And it was 5 inches. Just it was right there. It's about as close as I've ever come.
You know who else?
but I
hit it
still
within,
won. I still won the $20.
Who hit it within 5 inches was
Huh.
Joe Fisher
Oh, the great Joe Fish.
from 1080 The
Hey,
Fan.
look at us. Which, by the way, you also sent Joe Fisher into an existential crisis that
I
he may
know.
not recover from.
Yeah, I don't really get why, but whatever. So we got to thank Matt's Barbecue. We got to thank Langdon Farms. Phenomenal shape.
Yes.
It always is, but extra good out there right now. And no one puts on a smoother golf tournament
they
than
do a
those
great
guys. Autotown GMC. Kevin Gunderson was there.
Yes. National
that?
champion. And we asked him the question.
We did.
Top 3 beavers of all time.
Yeah, Barney's ducking me on that.
Yeah.
He
He hasn't answered.
wants he wants no part of our smoke on that.
Gunderson answered.
He did.
And he took himself out of it.
3 best Beaver baseball players of all time.
Yeah.
He said Adley Rutschman
Yeah.
and Jacoby Ellsbury.
And he said that's 1, 2. And then he said the third one is more up for debate.
is either Wilson,
Well, you said Bazana certainly
Bazana.
could be in there. Madrigal. I mean, he went down. He said the third one is the debate, and he said that's personal preference. But from an authority, he went that 1, 2, and he said it is no argument.
Yeah.
It's Rutschman.
and he's got he
And
coaches. He coaches his kids team. They're 12 and under boys West Lynn team. They're headed to Branson, Missouri next month for the Cal Ripken World Series.
And he runs like he's one of the best pitching coaches in the country.
How about that?
Super nice guy.
They are going to freeze their little 12-year-old balls off out there.
Is Branson chilly?
No, I'm joking.
What?
It's going to be so muggy and hot.
was gonna say.
They don't know what they're
You
in for.
threw me for a loop.
They're
there.
going early August, Branson, Missouri. Buckle up, kids.
Yeah, you don't really think about Missouri or like the Midwestern heat, and it'll sneak up on you.
Dude, it's the humidity. And they're going to get mosquitoes. It's going to be bad.
Yeah, but they'll get to see like Pat Boone or whatever, and so that's exciting.
Might be some good banjo music when they're playing.
Andy Williams didn't think he was going to do Moon River, and then boom, double encore, baby.
Dylan T. Pickle was there.
Yes.
I saw videos of that.
Yeah, he was out there. Legendary text artist John Dieter showed up,
Yes.
representing Team Go Booze, who did not play this year, but
Well,
they'll hopefully be back soon.
Dieter has his own challenges that he's dealing with right now. A lot of fan people dealing with stuff.
We
lately.
had Justin Hack. I wanted to mention Justin Hack. I talked to this guy. He is so excited about our golf tournament. He played in both rounds. He bought a foursome in both rounds.
Well, there you go.
So he and his brother are so excited about it. They get done playing in the morning and they're like, F it, let's go back out.
I think the great Klondike Will Ortner also didn't pay. I think he weaseled his way to play in both rounds as well.
So
did.
knowing this, I'm going to make sure Ortner is manning the board for next year's best of, and that I'm weaseling my way into rounds.
There you go,
That's
yeah.
the new goal.
Yeah, Will went full bro backwards hat and played in both rounds.
Of course he did.
Well, we'll
Bravo.
try to build on that tournament for next year. Thanks to all those guys who came out.
Trying to make it a
And
better
gals.
experience every year. Yeah, there was a handful of
A couple of ladies,
ladies.
a couple of hots out there.
Not as many. Every year we get a handful. I feel like the lady count was down a little bit. Maybe,
Hacksaw I was missing.
yeah, maybe Asachi in the dunk tank next year. A shirtless COVID rock
Yeah.
might get some ladies out
I mean,
there.
I'm thinking more
Isachi.
hots in the dunk tank, but
Well,
I mean, I'll get in.
yeah.
He's gonna go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs. But it's gonna be fun. We're gonna make it even better next year. So we hope to see you out there. And if you don't like us not doing the show, come out to the tournament then.
Yeah, there is an easy way if you want to hear us.
Because I did it. So
on out.
Suka and I host the awards. The last one. So Dirt and Sprague do the morning show awards at lunch, and I don't know what they did, but when you and I were hosting, I polled the electorate, the audience, and I said, hey, how many of you guys like it better that we don't do the show? And well, no, actually, the first question was, how many people want us to do the show at the Fan Golf Classic? And there was pretty good applause.
Sure. I think people liked that interaction.
But then I asked, how many people liked it better that we didn't do the show, and the place went nuts.
Well, it is that one of the. My guess is if you were to flip that and you asked the people that weren't there, you would have gotten the exact opposite response. So I think you have two separate camps.
Well, but no one cares about those people on this day. This is about the
Listener
golf.
appreciation.
That's right. This is about our listeners. For one day a year, we're going out there and we are giving them our time. And they are paying to play there, so we're going to make it fun for them.
Well, now the Vancouver Ford text line is turning against you. They're very
Screw
angry.
that. Do the damn show. What's wrong with your boss?
All of us. It's the best show you guys do all year.
It is not at all.
Also, the best of sucked.
Oh, shut up, you douchebag. God. People are never happy. F off. Now, just because of that guy,
Yeah.
we're not doing the show next year.
So
I'm
that-
boycotting.
Rob's going to get COVID again.
Well, I probably will.
Yeah.
But it's mid-July.
You
There's
did miss
nothing
the
going
show
on.
last year because of COVID.
That was 2 years ago.
Was it 2 years ago?
I
I thought it was last year.
No, it wasn't last year.
No? You certain?
Was it last year?
I think it was last year. I'm almost positive.
Because I don't think we had one 2 years ago. Did we?
I'm pretty sure you missed last year because of COVID.
Well, we didn't have a tournament in 2022.
Well, then you missed last year because of COVID. Because, yes, that was the...
I
that
did miss
Because you
one.
couldn't have missed a tournament that didn't exist.
That didn't exist.
Right.
So if
Because
you missed one, it
Well,
was
I
last year.
can.
it was
Don't
phenomenal.
tempt me.
So I did the show on my own. I was like, don't worry, it'll be great. And the worst part, or the worst or best, depending on however you want to view it, is because you weren't there when I was doing it by myself. And let me just say this to everyone at the Fan, okay? Just because one of us is
Uh-oh.
gone
Uh-oh.
doesn't mean that you get to do the show. There isn't.
Oh, a little bit of entitlement here.
There isn't just some
A
weird
little bit of
line
entitlement here. Look at
that
this.
if you just
Look at
if
Big
you just
Sook.
line up. It's just,
Slapping him down.
well, it just
You
it's,
little bitch.
It's
Get outta here.
bizarre to me. Like, in what world? Like, if the first baseman goes down, you don't just get to walk on the field and like, well, I was in the stands, so I'm ready to go. It doesn't work that way.
Wow.
So that day, I was sitting there doing the show by myself. And by the way, uninvited. Every fan personality, every fan salesperson, everyone that had 6 drinks in them, all decided to come over at some point and be like, I'm coming for.
Oh, was that when we got a really drunk Joe Fish?
We got a drunk Joe Fish. We got a drunk Jason Swigard.
Yep.
We got a drunk Kurt Ludwig.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, dude, it was, well, after a while, I just leaned into it and I was like, all right, here we go. But
Here's the situation.
It was amazing that everyone was less like, they would just come over and sit down, put on the headsets, and be like, I'm doing a show with you. It's like, oh,
Let me help your show. Here, let me do you a favor. Let me put on this headset.
it was incredible.
Suk doesn't want your smoke. Get out of here.
And it was great because that was the time that, because everyone else leaned into the drinking. Joe Fish pretended that he was sober, like he was trying to make coherent points while slurring his words and making no sense. And then he gets done and he's like, "Could you tell I was drinking?" And I said, I showed him the text program. He's like, "Damn it!" just a series of people like, the hell is Fish on?
The text program,
Yeah, they'll let you know.
it does not lie.
No.
Well, sometimes it lies. Like this guy saying our best show is the Langdon. Look, we it's hard to do that show because there's so much going on with all the people out there. That's the thing. If we're untethered from the show, we can just be out hanging out with all the peeps. And that's what the peeps want.
Yeah.
At least that's what they said they want.
No, we had a good time.
So, short of setting up the show on hole 6 next year, which they may try to do,
Yeah, there's some talk.
I think everybody really liked the fact that we weren't on the air. And for which is
it possible
concerning.
that you just didn't like the idea that we were on the air?
No, I mean we talked about it after the
Yeah.
the
Look,
round. We always have a nice little 1080 the fan sports huddle, and we talk about things for the day because there's a follow-up meeting the next morning. Of course, you and I don't show up for that. But he said, there's a 10 o'clock meeting if you'd like to show up. I'm like, no, here's my thought. It was great.
But let me just state for the record.
And they should do gross.
Well, I do love.
They only do net, and that's stupid.
Well, I do love everything that Asachi brings to the table.
Isachi.
You have a very. Anytime you are asked an opinion, it does come from a slanted point of view.
It really doesn't. I think it is better that we're not on the air for that show because we meet more listeners and we get to hang with more listeners. And the people out in Radio Land, you can wait a day, F off.
We're back.
You freaking bitch. It's not hard. And again, the consensus was it was better with us off the air.
Which, that's like our big no-show Monday that leads into no-show Thursday. I mean, we've had a lot of success with those.
So thanks for
Don't
coming
even
out,
get me
all
started
you.
on Oregon preseason basketball.
Thanks for coming out, all you bros. It's good to see you.
Well, it's good to see you.
Yeah, everybody was in a good mood this time. I don't know. Some years, you get a bunch of people bitching.
Yeah, there wasn't anyone that
But
was.
no, it was a lot of fun.
No one was real sour. No, everyone was in pretty good spirits.
Yeah.
We met P1 Rufio, and he hung out for
He's
a while.
out there.
Yeah,
He's
he was out there.
a defensive coordinator or something.
Something like that. I
For
don't know.
somebody.
He was trying to heckle me. It wasn't working very well. But, hey, good luck on that.
Text line saying Suk was heckling Schulte's haircut.
Yeah,
No way.
Yeah, look,
Suk bullying Schultz. Schultz is gonna die.
I know.
And you're gonna feel terrible.
I'm gonna feel terrible. I got a problem, and I don't
You do.
know, and I don't know how to solve it.
Just stop.
I can't.
Why?
I don't know.
Stop.
Hence, it's a problem. You're telling a drug, like you're saying, stop smoking crack.
Yes.
Well, I would like to.
There's people that will help you.
I don't want it. How
We'll
do
get you into rehab.
How do I rehab? Not making fun of Schultz. It's just I can't help it. It's there, and like in my brain, I want to say I want to tell my brain, just stop it. But then he opens his mouth or he does something, and I can't help it. Watching him swing a golf club, I can't. I can't help it. He's out there in his little Mariner outfit and his PE teacher glasses, and then he turns his hat around, and
You're just awful.
oh, I love him though. I love Schultz.
No, you don't.
I do.
You don't treat him as such.
I love him.
You know what we played yesterday on the best of was the Croon-Off with him and Patrick Harris.
Yes,
Ooh.
and he was great. See, this is. I told Schultz, I only kid because I care. If I didn't care about him, I would just pay him no mind. But I love Schultz. He's a lovable little fella. I just want to give him a hug. But at the same time, I do. I'm acknowledging there's a problem. and I need to address it. I need
Well.
somehow to fix it.
Go to therapy or something. I don't know. Good luck with that. By the way, the listeners, again, they remember everything. I did the show last year because remember Nick's buddy, who is the hole-in-one guy, his buddy was he had the hot Kevin Love take. You remember that? Remember he comes with a hot take every year.
Yeah.
And he runs it by me.
Yeah.
You know what his one this year was? He said, "Now hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. The Blazers are going to split time between Portland and Seattle."
What?
That was his hot take this year. He's like, think about it. I'm like, okay, I'm thinking about it. Like, well, there is an arena up there.
I'm gonna go to that lake.
Like a Jacksonville. No, it wasn't Jacksonville. It was Buffalo that was doing that. They would go into Canada and play some games, and then I guess the Jags do go to London for a time or
The
two.
Northwest team. And then they were talking about splitting their name like the Trail Sonics or the Super Blazers.
That may be the hottest of all hot takes.
Yeah, he's got fun hot takes every year, and that was his new one this year.
Yes.
At any rate, so I was there last year. It was 2 years ago that I had the COVIDs and missed. But so I'm on a 2-year streak. I'm 2 for 3 since COVID.
Yeah.
Ironically. So good time. Thanks for coming out. And we got a break, okay?
Yeah, we got a break.
So we've got Joey Harrington today. He's going to come on our show, talk to him about football. And the poll question pertains to quarterbacks. Next on The Fan.
Yeah.
right, please have you along. It is the day after the 10th annual Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms. Had a great time yesterday, so let's now commence sportsing, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, football's right around the corner.
Oh
man.
no.
Is it?
We're not too far away.
What is right around the corner?
Well, camps will start. Let me see when the first NFL camps. It's the end of this month.
Well, once we get to August is when I think it's kind of right
It's
around the corner.
tomorrow. They're doing a thing on SportsCenter. NFL
What?
camps open tomorrow.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I just saw it on SportsCenter.
Whoa.
That
Mid-July?
tomorrow?
No.
It says 1 day until training camp. I just watched a thing. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe ESPN's wrong about this. I don't know.
I'll look at it right
I think
here.
you're wrong.
It's possible.
Well, I know like the teams. Yeah, because the first one is July 23rd.
First, what?
Arizona,
camp?
NFL training camps.
All right, so it is coming up.
Yeah, like I said, it's end of
mean-
July, but it's not next week. I mean,
What, 12 days?
yeah, 12 days.
11 days?
Yeah, July 23rd.
Mm.
I'm looking here to see
So
if
does that
any.
make Buck wrong?
Well, I'm looking here. So
I'm going to say yes.
I'm looking here when the earliest. I guess the Baltimore Ravens, the rookies, technically come.
that's right.
The rookies are July 13th.
All right.
For the
it's
Ravens.
tomorrow.
All right, Buck was right.
Well, but
ESPN
again,
was right.
that's not.
I didn't know they came so early.
Well, the
Whoa.
Chiefs are doing it on the 16th.
Well, teams that are
Same with the Chargers. Same
the
with
rookies?
the Dolphins.
yeah, but the first time the vets report for anyone, I'm looking here. I got the entire dates. And teams that play in the early preseason games will go a little earlier, like the Hall of Fame game. The Bears, the vets show up July 19th. I think that's the earliest that I see for any vets is the 19th. Oh, Texans get the 17th. Most of them,
well-
though, are the 23rd.
Confirmed. It's earlier than I thought.
Yes.
College starts in August, like early August.
Usually, yes.
Right.
The NFL is before that. So, but everyone will be in camp in the NFL except for the handful of early ones. July 23rd is kind of by July 23rd, everyone will be in camp, and there's a handful of teams that will have the vets in there between the 18th and the 23rd.
To bring it full circle, maybe you're right. Maybe football is simply right around the corner.
Yes. Yes. But you can't say that NFL camps open with rookies. That's not
Why not?
well, because
Technically, it's true.
that's not real camp.
Spring training opens with pitchers and catchers.
Yeah, but it's still veteran pitchers and
Fight.
catchers.
Fight it out.
Well, I don't know if that makes it. I mean, maybe apples and oranges, but
I agree with Buck. I think it opens.
Are we
I mean,
cla-
not that we care.
are we claiming it's a one team showing up? We're claiming
one team's rookies
one
showing
team's
up.
rookies, and that opens.
I think it's open.
What if the Seattle
I think
Mariners
it's open.
had the only team a week or 10 days before anyone else, and they had rookie pitchers and catchers, only rookies,
Yeah.
and people that weren't going to make the team? Would that be
That's
the
the start of spring training,
that's
baby.
the start of spring
I
training?
think it's open.
Oh, all right. Well,
I think it's open
there you go.
because it is for them.
for like what 25 rookies. By the way, 18 to 17 of those will not be on the roster. Camp starts tomorrow. By the way, that sucks
Hell
for
yeah.
those guys. That is an early ass camp.
Is that earlier than normal?
No, there's usually, like I said, it's usually the last week in July, and then there's always one or two teams because of the way the preseason schedule works out with teams playing earlier or a travel date. Maybe they have to go overseas to play, and so there's always a handful of teams that do go earlier. And then the rookies can go before that.
Could it
So,
actually be good for rookies because they could get cut and still glom on with another team before the end of their camp?
No one cuts. They've changed the way the cut downs happen
Okay.
now, and you got to do something really special to get cut. If you get cut when just the rookies are there, you're an extreme dip ass. Like it's. Although to be fair, I did see, and it was no fault of his own. I saw a guy in Denver get cut while checking into his room, and it was it put us all on notice.
Why?
Well, we were all checking in. We as we did it at Northern Colorado in Greeley, so we all had to check into the dorms, and so it was a bunch of us that were walking to our dorm. And he actually wasn't a rookie; he was like a second or a third year guy. And we were walking, and his room was next to mine, and I even forget who my roommate was. And we were walking in, and there was a note on his door saying, "Go see the GM," and he was like, oh no. And we all were like, dude, you're fine. Like,
We just got here.
we just got here. Like,
Yeah.
you didn't get cut in the time it took you to get your training camp badge, your playbook.
Not even you is
Yeah.
that bad.
And so he was like, and yeah, we all were like, dude, you're fine. So he left his stuff, dropped it off in the room, and we're all getting situated. Guy comes back like 30 minutes later, like slamming crap. And we're like, what? And we'd been cut.
Why did he get cut?
Back and then it's way more loose now about who you can invite to camp, the numbers. But back then, it was still pretty restrictive, and they wanted to bring someone else into camp. And so obviously he was in no way going to make the team. And that's like, we all play this charade that there's all these spots open for grab and that like anyone can make it. And the truth is that's not true. It just isn't. But we love that narrative. Like Hard Knocks preaches that narrative. But yeah, the reality is there's a lot of guys like that are just camp fodder. I was camp fodder. And most starting positions, like let's take the Seahawks, for instance.
Let's do.
There's no receiver battles, no tight end battles, no tackle battles, no center battle. You probably have one guard battle. You could make the argument too, but there's one guard battle. No quarterback, no running back, no D lineman. There's one, maybe two linebacker battles, and probably one secondary battle. That's it. Everything else is already settled. And then you go to the backups, and of the backups, there's probably legitimately 7, 8 spots that could actually be won or lost in training camp. So, on a roster full of those players. And by the way, of those guys that don't earn the starting spot, those handful of battles, they're still on the roster. Unless you make a bunch of money and you get beat out, then you can get cut. But so those like 8 other positions I talked about, a couple of those are going to be filled by the guy that doesn't win the starting job. Like whoever loses the guard battle, he just goes to be the swing guard. So that's a position that gets eaten up. So the training camp battles just aren't what we've been led to believe. We want to believe that like it's like, and I love when we get new coaches in because they always do the same thing. Hey, no positions are given. And that was what Mike McDonald was preaching, right, in Seattle. He's like, there's no one has a spot. Really, Mike? DK Metcalf doesn't have a spot, and they were trying to do the Geno Smith has to play for his job. No, he doesn't.
Seattle.
It's Geno's job. Okay, it's just I'm sorry, but like
Right.
he's not like these guys that make this money, and you have all this guaranteed money, and they're proven players. They're not competing for crap. It's all just coach speak that we sell to fans, that we sell to other players to get them to show up and work hard. But it's the truth of the matter is
Well,
it's the camp isn't. That's not the reality.
We're
of
so
camp.
jonesing for football that training camp gets us excited, and then training camp gets here, and then we realize, oh, we shouldn't be excited by that.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's really the.
Yeah.
Let's just when's week 1? That's when football starts to me. Polls next. Here's Buck.
No.
but we had one. And the question was, who is most likely to ass out at the Fan Golf Classic? And you won.
Really?
Yeah. 42% said Sook.
Wow. Why is that?
31% said Danny. 16% said Swigard. And 11% said Dirt.
I don't know if anyone asked out.
No, we didn't have any ass outs. As a matter of fact, I would say compared to last year, it was less, what would be the word? It was less wild.
Yeah, it was way
Everybody
more.
was pretty.
Yeah, it was way more.
It was just more. It was more of a chill vibe.
Yes.
This year.
Yeah.
Last year it got a little wild.
Well,
It got a little
it
wild.
can get a little wild from time
It
to time.
depends on how much booze we put out there for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were hanging out at the Doers Hole the entire time, so I am surprised it didn't go more sideways than it did. But
Well, but we were out there for 12 hours. I mean,
and that maybe that's the thing is you got to pace yourself.
yeah, you can't.
You know,
Yeah.
I started early, but then you know you put the governor switch on, man. You pace it.
Poll question from 2 days ago, which we have yet to reveal the final answer. Which school is the most perennially overrated in college football? You know what won that? Notre Dame.
Really,
The
ND,
people
huh?
said Notre Dame, 38%.
That surprises me.
USC, 23%. Texas A&M, 20%. Miami, 19%.
See, and I'm a Miami guy. I think Miami is Miami.
I thought
is,
we determined Texas A&M was the correct answer.
Well, I mean, you could go A&M. I just always say Miami because to me, we don't talk about A&M the way we do Miami. I mean, A&M is like this upstart thing, and yes, they haven't done a whole lot, but Miami gets talked about like as an elite because they were a quote a blue blood. But to me, Miami is just Nebraska with better weather. They're the same team. In fact, Nebraska's been better over the last 20 years than Miami. Miami has done nothing for 20 plus years.
Yeah, but I thought we determined that Texas A&M has really never done anything.
No,
Except for 3 claimed titles.
Yeah, like in the 19.
So at least Miami
10s.
had that moment where they
Yes.
were awesome.
But I guess I went with Miami because I don't believe we talk about A&M the way we do those other schools. I think A&M's the guy at the party that inserts himself into the conversation, but no one else takes him seriously. Like when Miami sits down at the table, you're like, oh, damn, that's Miami. Miami's one of the great programs of all time. That's why I said Nebraska. A&M shows up and is like, yeah, boys. And everyone looks at him and is like, dude, why are you here? Like, you've never done anything. Like, please go away. Whereas Miami and Nebraska had places at the table. They just shouldn't have them anymore. They just really shouldn't.
All right, today's poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. Who do you most want for your offense? CJ Stroud, Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, or Caleb Williams? Vote, and vote hard.
Run that by me again? I missed the first part of it. Who
do you most want for your offense?
Oh, I thought you said for some reason I thought I heard hurt. And I was like, are we hoping
Well, you did hear Hurt. CJ Stroud, Justin Herbert,
Okay.
Jalen Hurts,
Herbert.
Caleb
Hurts.
Williams.
Ah. Yeah, it's easy for me.
Yeah, I think it's easy for most people.
Yeah. But, you know,
Clearly, CJ Stroud.
clearly. Look, I wouldn't to say Jalen Hurts, it's a stretch, although look, this is going to be weird, but if we're going to go off of accomplishments,
Yeah,
Hurts is more accomplished than Justin Herbert.
Well, that's why I put him on there.
You know, and yet
So I put 4 different guys on there.
Yeah.
One guy who is probably some of the shine is off, but he has accomplished more. That's Hurts.
yes.
Caleb Williams, who hasn't done anything, but is like the highest upside.
Yep.
CJ Stroud, who it took 1 year to show us that he could be elite.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other guy, Justin Herbert, is just really good.
Yeah.
So you've got 4 different archetypes there.
I would lean, like I said, to me,
It's Herbert.
I like the known commodity. I'm taking Herbert. The only other one that I would really be intrigued by is I would not be bothered if, like, if I'm in a room and I'm a coach and my GM's like, no, dude, we're taking CJ Stroud. I could get it. I don't know if I could. I don't think I could get behind Caleb Williams. I don't think I could get behind Jalen Hurts. I could get behind CJ Stroud. That was really, really impressive.
He's pretty good, man.
And yeah, there's some sophomore slump type stuff. I mean, certainly that happens, but to come in and have the year that he had, and yeah, he ended up with really good weapons. You look at Nico Collins, and you look at Tank Della, there were some injuries there. They ran the ball. Like, I mean, obviously there's some guys there, but in order to be successful, there's almost always guys there. I mean, Justin Herbert's had guys in with the Chargers. It's not like he came in and didn't have anyone. Some of his guys were consistently banged up, but he's had offensive talent. In fact, what's weird is this year with Justin Herbert, who everyone now is expecting these great things, this is by far his worst supporting cast. When you look at his skilled position, you look at his running backs. I mean, his running back room is just the broken down running back room from Baltimore.
Who are his running backs?
They've got Dobbins and the Gus Bus.
Yeah.
So I mean,
right.
like I said, I don't know honestly if there is a healthy ligament between the two backs. Like I don't know if we could put together with the Chargers backfield an entire running back that has all of his ligaments. And then at receiver, I think the only guy you have coming back, well, that's not true. The only real starter you have coming back is Quentin Johnston, the receiver out of TCU, who was a disappointing guy as a rookie year. I think Palmer's back from last year, but what does that really mean? And then they drafted the who's the small white kid out of Georgia? Lad McConkey. So they drafted the small white kid. So I shouldn't call him a small white kid. They drafted the slot receiver out of Georgia.
You're doing great.
Yeah. But when you look at that, that's not Keenan Allen. That's not Mike Williams. That's not Eckler. This is arguably, and it's not much of an argument against it, this is the worst supporting cast he's had.
But it's Harbaugh.
It's Harbaugh, and they got a good O-line.
And so
They
what's
like
going
to
to
drink
happen?
their haterade and eat their hater tots.
Justin Herbert statistically will take a dip.
Yeah.
But the Chargers will be more equipped to go deeper in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because it's Harbaugh. That's how we know how he operates.
Yeah.
Locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Didn't he bring in
Greg Roman?
Roman?
Mhm.
So we've seen that
Yeah, they're going
a
to run the
million
ball.
times. They're going to run the ball.
Yeah.
But the question of with who is still a good one. They don't have a great backfield to run the ball effectively.
They do
with.
when healthy.
I
That's
was
a big
gonna
if.
say,
That's a big if.
Edwards and Dobbins
They're great.
are really good.
When healthy.
But we all expect them to go down.
Yes. I mean, so it's a weird one. So that's why I said if someone were to say I would rather have CJ Stroud, I understand. Stroud was really, really good.
I don't think you can go wrong with that one.
I don't think he can either. And with Stroud, I think and by the way, they went out and they added Stephon Diggs. And so when you look at if everyone's healthy, you look at Dell, you look at Nico Collins, you look at Dell. Look, and their tight end is they got Schultz, right? I think
Dalton
is
Schultz, yeah.
yeah. So that is, dude, that's a hell of a group. Like he's got absolute dudes. So this should be a big year for him, unless again there's some sort of weird sophomore slump. And I heard some people saying that I think he was screwing around with like Amber Rose or something, and he was
That's right. He was like at a celebrity softball game with her, and yeah.
and so as long as that doesn't turn into I'm a big deal now and I've solved the NFL, because the NFL will humble you real fast. We've seen a lot of sophomore slumps. I get why people are pretty excited about CJ Stroud, and I get why people are excited about the Houston Texans. And then the other two, I think those are just big, giant ifs. I think the Hurts, he makes a bunch of money. That absolutely scares me with the way he was beat up last year, and he had nowhere near the year he had before. I think his coach is a moron, and he had to completely revamp his staff. And then the Caleb Williams thing, who knows? But that's another one that could be a surprise team. The Bears are good. Like that even with Justin Fields, who can't throw the ball worth a damn, that's a good competitive team with a good competitive defense and a lot of weapons around Caleb Williams. He's got a chance to hit the ground running. It's just I don't know how you would take a complete unknown over some known quantities, including Jalen Hurts, who should have won a Super Bowl and could have won an MVP.
Do you want to know what I was thinking about the whole time you were talking there?
What you got?
Don't we all have an Amber Rose in our life at some point?
It distracts us just a scooch.
Well, that one that's a little out of character for us, and it's like, wow, what do you kind of gotta.
Yeah, and you hope that was it, and it moves on, but
and it was for me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah.
There was a time in your life where it's like, whoa, what
I can raise.
What am I doing here?
I can raise my hand. Yeah,
But it was fun.
It was fun.
It's just
yeah. It's just
You're
that
just exploring the studio space.
Yeah.
We all have that.
it's just like
So perhaps that's out of his system.
when you come into the NFL. I know it's weird, but I think it's easier to succeed as a rookie than it is as a second-year player. As a rookie, no one has tape on you. You should be really dialed in. All your focus and energy is on this. It's just like, God, I gotta prove myself. I'm minding my P's and Q's, everything. And then you have some success. And you see this a lot more, I think, with running quarterbacks. And Stroud's not a running quarterback. I hate the just because you're African American doesn't mean you're a running quarterback. CJ Stroud is a pocket quarterback. And succeeded last year in the pocket and great play action game, all that stuff. But you have some success, and NFL defenses will adjust you. We see it all the time. They're going to find every little thing that you do, and they're going to start scheming specifically for you, and they're going to take away your fastball and make you go to other pitches. And then you have this great year, right? And all of a sudden, you're just some kid from Akron, and next thing you know, the Amber Roses, the professional hots, all of a sudden they're in your lap, and all of a sudden you're getting pulled to these different parties, and all of a sudden you're the guy, and everyone wants a piece of you. And it's easy to let your focus and your dedication slip. And in the NFL, even if you let it slip 10%, the difference between being great and good and average and suck, a lot of times it's a lot less than 10%, which is why I do think you sometimes see some sophomore slumps. And I don't think we're going to get one from Stroud, but it's something to keep an eye on, because the expectations on him are going to be monster this year. And when you look at odds for Super Bowls, the Texans are up there. They are no longer just this little upstart team. They are going to be a hunted team.
I think they're the fourth favorite to win the whole thing,
Yeah, dude,
or something like that.
It's a lot easier to just be the team that no one sees coming. Ask Shadur Sanders. Every time they play someone, that's their Super Bowl.
Saw someone say it's impressive they lost 8 Super Bowls last year.
Jackass.
All right, we have a lot to get to here. The college football cornflakes will take up the rest of the program until we get to In the News at 4:30. We've got Florida State, Clemson to the Big 12 rumors, bowl affiliation news, and when was the last time an Oregon Duck was the preseason Heisman favorite? All of that coming up on The Fan.
That's one draft down.
The Portland
Commencing college football cornflakes. Going to be about the next half hour here. Joey Harrington later. Yeah, so the bowl affiliation. I don't know what Oregon State and Washington State and the Pac-2 were doing in Vegas the other day. Or was that Vegas, or where were they?
Where did they? I thought it was just here, locally. Was it not?
No, it wasn't in Portland.
No, I thought just did they do a combined one? I know they had their little.
They had a combined one.
Yeah, I don't know where they went though for it.
Yeah, I thought I thought maybe they were in Vegas too.
Were they in
Maybe
Vegas?
not. Anyway, I don't know what they were doing with that. It's not.
Well, they were just doing their own. I mean, they don't have a media day to go to, so.
Yeah,
You know.
exactly. So don't go.
Well, again, they're.
I think that Oregon State and Washington State, and I guess maybe I could see the thinking that, well, we just got to stay top of mind, stay out there.
Yeah.
I don't think they do. I think at this point, they just need to keep their head down and try to get into a better situation.
They were in Vegas, by the way.
It was in Vegas,
Yeah,
yeah,
it was in Vegas.
because they had like an open bar and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's kind of pathetic. Like to me, they come across as kind of pathetic. I get what they're trying to do, but just look, it's not good for you right now. We all know that. You don't need to try to spin it that it's better than we think, because you're just lying. So just work on the things that are important.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to be fine eventually with the way all this shifting is going with realignment. They're already talking about Florida State and Clemson and all these guys leaving the ACC. So I mean, doors are going to be open. But
I hope so.
in the meantime, I just think it's like, man, it's so sad.
Yeah, it was at a random. I guess it was at a random ballroom
Yeah,
in the
it's like-
Bellagio.
And look, I get it. The coaches were available, so that's nice. You get to interview Trent Bray and
One of the admins,
Dickert.
I guess, made the offhand comment. Well, it's an open bar, and we're covering the whole thing because if anyone's earned the right to drink this year, it's us. And
Well,
it's
yeah,
like
that's
this whole
what-
sad like
that's what I mean. It's just kind of sad.
positioned in a way. Yeah,
Teresa
it's rough.
Gould is the one who said that.
Yeah.
And I mean,
She's
a lot
the new commissioner, by the way.
so far people.
I thought so, but I'm like, wait, she's a commissioner of a two-person or two.
Well,
team
she's a
conference?
commissioner of the Pac-12, and the Pac-12 is weighing options on how they want to move forward. And then eventually the Pac-12 could be back to 12. It won't be the same 12, but I mean, their idea is we're keeping this thing and we're gonna fight, and that's fine. But it's just in the meantime, it looks pretty. It's not. I don't think it's a great look.
Well,
for
yeah, they interviewed former players because
right. Ryan Leaf was there.
Yeah, Ryan Leaf was there, and I think Jack Thompson was there. I saw a couple clips from it, and it was going on in the backdrop of the Big 12 Media Day, which, by the way, even the Big 12 Media Day kind of landed with a bit of a thud. People were like, "What? All right, well, go Big 12."
Well, Media Day. I mean, come on.
And I think
that big.
Yogi Roth was the one that was hosting it, and it was more like it was like a weird Q&A thing.
Right. Again, don't know why they needed
Yeah.
it, but whatever. If
Okay.
they think they did, that's fine. And they got something out of it, that's great. One thing that came out today was that the Pac-12 teams, former and current, will keep their bowl affiliations. So this is confusing because you've got Pac-12 teams in the Big Ten. You've got old Pac-12 teams in the Big 12. You've got old Pac-12 teams in the ACC. And then you have Oregon State and Washington State.
On their own.
All of those teams are going to be, even though they're playing in different leagues this year, are going to be going to bowl games, assuming they don't make the college football playoff.
Yes.
They're going to be going to bowl games from the Pac-12. Not, so in other words, if Oregon finishes, say, third in the Big Ten and they don't make the college football playoff,
They'll go to like the Holiday Bowl.
they'll go to like Alamo,
Yeah, so you have the Holiday
not the Big Ten.
Yeah, the Holiday Bowl, the Independence Bowl, Vegas Bowl, LA Bowl, Sun Bowl, Alamo Bowl. That's all part of the Pac-12's contracts with it. And yeah, so for the remainder of however long this ran, which is I think for the next year or two, all of those will stay put because the Pac-12 still exists. The Pac-12 owns those rights, and they're not willing to give those up. And so they're going to keep those affiliations. Now, I'm assuming next year, if the Pac-12 somehow pilfers teams in the Mountain West or joins with another conference, that'll be a different scenario. But for the next 2 years, as long as this weird little Pac-2-12 thing exists, I think this is going to be the norm.
That's kind of lame, I think, if you're a fan of anyone not named Oregon State or Washington State. I think that's lame.
I don't know how else you do it though, because again, this is going to be something where for Oregon State, you're not going to let them out of this too, because again, there's revenue sharing and you're going to get a piece of it. So again, this is just part of them making sure that they get as much out of this as they can.
Understand. I just think it's kind of lame.
Yeah.
Because I'm playing in the big. Everybody's moved on. You got
Yeah.
teams in the Big 10. You got
Yeah.
teams in the Big 12. You got teams in the ACC. It's just weird that we've got this lingering Pac-12 thing out there. But
Yeah, but
I
at the
guess
same
it
time,
won't be that
like
long.
the bowl games for the Big Ten are it's not like they're. If you don't make the college football playoff, especially with the expanded
Yeah.
playoff, look, whether you're going to the Alamo Bowl or you're going to the Tax Slayer Bowl or you're going to the Liberty Bowl or the Gator Bowl or whatever, if you're not in the playoff, all bowl games at this point are
Playoffs?
Is it a nice location, and can I get there on easily on a plane, and can I get cheap drinks? Like there's no difference in bowl games anymore in any of these second tier bowl games with the expanded playoff. There's just not. So to me, this is
I think there is a
whatever.
difference in a sense that it's just new places. Like
Yeah.
in other words, the old Alamo Bowl, the Holiday Bowl is kind of a cool bowl
Yeah,
because
Holiday
it's
Bowl's
in
cool.
San Diego, but the Alamo Bowl or the Vegas Bowl or what are some of the other Pac-12 bowls?
So they have I just
Sun Bowl.
I just named
I mean,
them all
come
off
on.
and to what they have.
Look, if you're gonna go to a middle of the road bowl, it would just be kind of cool as if it's just a different. Like you could say, I don't know, UCLA or USC. Maybe it ends up in the Pinstripe Bowl at
Yeah, something
Yankee
different.
Stadium. Like that's different than going back to the Sun Bowl at El Paso.
Yeah.
So so there is a difference in my opinion, but it's not. I don't know. It's not a huge difference. It's just it's weird to be having moved on to the Big Ten and then not playing Big Ten bowls.
So this is the Big Ten, because I read through the Pac-12 ones. The Big Ten one would be the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. That's the SEC. You play an SEC team. The Real Quest Bowl. That's also versus the ACC or SEC. Excuse me. And then you got
I think that's cool.
Yeah, the SEC would be fun. And then you got the Duke's Mayo Bowl. That's versus the ACC. Music City Bowl would be the SEC. That'd be
Another
a cool one because
cool
that's in
one.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You mentioned the Pinstripe Bowl. That's versus the ACC.
Another cool one.
The Guaranteed Rate Bowl, which I don't know where that is, and that'd be against the Big 12. And then the Quick Lane Bowl is against the MAC. So yeah, Citrus Bowl. The Music City Bowl, Pinstripe Bowl. I see where you're coming from. Get a chance to play some SEC or some ACC teams that you normally don't see.
Guaranteed Rate Bowl is in Arizona.
Okay, so not much different than than what you had there before. It's a West Coast Bowl.
Yeah, they played at Chase Field.
Hmm.
And what was the last one?
To do Quick Lane Bowl. No, that's
Quick
against
Lane?
the MAC. Yeah, Quick Lane Bowl. It's a
MAC.
which who cares? And then
That's in Detroit.
where's the Real Quest Bowl? And by the way, oh my God, so that's the old Motor City Bowl. I'm a wily vet of that game. The only good part about that is you can go into Canada right across the border where anything's legal.
So ReliaQuest.
Oh, Relia.
Oh, I'm seeing it's in Tampa.
That's in Tampa. Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of cool. Tampa, and you get to play an SEC team, and then
Raymond
the Duke's
James.
Mayo Bowl.
See, I think those are more. I don't know. They're probably not any different than the other crappy Pac-12 bowls. It's just they're different.
Yeah, and you're right. I guess
Does that make sense?
if you're used to playing in the mid-tier bowls,
And that one used to be the Outback Bowl.
different mid-tier bowls would be.
Yeah, it's just different locations.
So again, the Pac-12 has the Holiday Bowl, LA Bowl, Vegas Bowl,
San Diego, LA, Vegas.
the Independence Bowl.
Where's that?
I don't know where the Independence Bowl
I think that's in
is.
Texas.
And then unfortunately we have the Sun Bowl, which sucks. We all know that. That's the in El Paso, and then the Alamo Bowl, which is in Arizona.
Shreveport.
Yeah, Independence Bowl's in Shreveport.
Okay, so
I'd rather go to New York or Nashville.
yeah. And the LA Bowl, by the way, I mean that's against the Mountain West. The only one of those against against the SEC is the Vegas Bowl, is now an SEC team.
Florida State, Clemson to the Big 12 next on the Fan. right. We're right in the middle of college football cornflakes. How do you feel about that on a Friday?
Not a big cornflakes guy. Can we do like Special K with berries?
Well, I'd prefer it to start with a C because
Yeah,
How
the
about-
college football Special K with berries doesn't quite have the same.
How about a football Captain Crunch then?
Ooh,
There you
college
go.
football Captain Crunch.
college football Captain Crunch.
Yeah, because look, does anyone like cornflakes? I mean,
College football corn pops.
there you go. Like, no offense to cornflakes, but
Didn't the corn pops have berries?
no, the corn pops were just the
No, there
yellow.
were crunch berries.
Yeah, the crunch berries are
That's
Captain
different.
Crunch, but corn pops, no, they're just the little yellow corn puffs.
Well, then might I suggest the college football crunch berries?
yeah,
sure.
that's delightful.
Yeah.
Because I love that Captain Crunch for a while. Originally, it was just Captain Crunch. And then they're like, that's not sugary enough. And then they did Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries. And we're like, there we go. And then they were like, what if we just got rid of Captain Crunch?
Listen,
and
the kids like the berries.
we just had all
berries.
all berries.
College football cookie crisp.
Isn't it amazing? Yeah.
Mm.
Let's just eat miniature chocolate chip cookies. At one point when we were kids, our moron parents served us that breakfast and we're like, "It's-" and then the commercial would come on and be like, part of a nutritional breakfast.
Yeah, and you'd see them also eating like bacon and orange juice and pancakes and stuff. It's like, so this cereal should not be the main. Is that what you're saying?
You know, I got to give Mom Power Up credit. They did not. We were a non-junk household growing up.
Really?
We didn't have soda. We didn't have sugary cereals.
Mm,
And that's why I went crazy on all that stuff in college.
yeah.
I went to college and just like,
What did Little Rob have for breakfast most days?
Well,
like toast and eggs and stuff?
we
Cream
we
of
had
wheat?
grape nuts.
Oh gosh.
We had
Boo.
Dude.
I'm trying to think what
So
other
sorry.
cereals. I think there might have been some
Wheaties.
Wheaties. Oh, what was the
Life.
Raisin Bran?
Raisin
Raisin Bran
Bran,
was a
okay.
big one.
You know what? Raisin Bran was like the old person's treat. They're like, all right, we're going to let you splurge on some Raisin Bran. And to this day, I'm not going to lie, I don't mind a bowl of Raisin Bran from time to time. It's not
It's
bad.
fine.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'd prefer Fruity Pebbles.
Well, who wouldn't?
I got to college, man. I stocked my
Fruity Pebbles are,
cupboards with Fruity Pebbles.
that's just like crack.
I can eat a whole
See, I'm
box.
anti-Fruity Pebble. They get soggy
Oh.
so fast.
Yeah, but they're good soggy.
No, see, I don't think they are. I disagree there. I would rather go with like a Lucky Charms that stays
I like Lucky Charms.
crunchy for longer and the little marshmallows get all soft.
Well, now we have to break, but
Mm.
when we come back, I want to talk to you about Florida State and Clemson.
Yeah.
The college football Count Chocula continues.
Yes, the college football conference realignment bombshell latest. Next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and spray.
Anthony Edwards had
college football crunch berries. So this is from some guy named Greg Swaim. Apparently, he is a longtime college football radio host.
And it's kind of being corroborated by seemingly now everyone. Isn't it interesting when someone comes out and says something and then like you get like 50 people that are like, oh, well, we've long known that. And this is, and then why weren't you saying it? And they're like, well, we were, you just weren't listening. So
Right, unless it's from Schefter or Woj or whoever, then we're like, well, we either thought that or we've known this all along. But, that person doesn't get the credit.
Yeah, so Greg Swaim, I don't know who Greg Swaim is, but he dropped the bombshell of all conference realignment bombshells this week, revealing that both the Big Ten and the SEC have turned down Florida State and Clemson. And the Big 12 is now in pursuit of 6 ACC teams. He says, as we've said for a year, Florida State and Clemson will not get a Big Ten offer due to neither being AAU accredited. But from Vegas, the talk is the SEC has now turned the pair down. With the new sponsorship, the Big 12 probably won't pay quite what the other two do, but with those two, they'll pay double what the ACC does, and it won't end there. The talk is the Big 12 will take 6 from the ACC. Swaim was confident in his prediction and relayed that the SEC and Big 10 might not add any new programs for a while.
Yeah, and so like I've tried to stay up on this, and again, there's so much information flying around, but I was kind of digging around on this, and I try to get a general consensus because you listen to 100 people and you get 100 different opinions, and everyone wants to do the either I was first or I've known this all along, but I just wasn't talking about it. But one of the kind of the general thought process that I keep seeing popping up over and over again is that by the way, the Big Ten not wanting them for academics is kind of one of those like, really? like you have I mean, I guess that's the snooty Pac-12 old edition, right? Like, well, we're academically we're better than you. So if that is, and by the way, that's the only reason I've heard for the Big Ten not having a real interest in these two, and that the Big Ten only wants to make one more addition, and that's Notre Dame. If they can get Notre Dame, great. And if not, the Big Ten's perfectly happy where they're at. They're leading the bus. They're the lead bus driver. They make more money than anyone else, and they don't really feel a need. This doesn't be a sense that Florida State and Clemson, it's not adding much. They feel like they are at where they're at. And again, it's splitting the pies multiple ways, and they don't love those schools academically, and they just don't believe that it adds that much more to the Big Ten when they already feel like they're the ones driving the bus. They also believe that the SEC never wanted them. So this is the other one. I think if the SEC were more interested in them, I think the Big Ten would be inclined to be like, okay, academics be damned, let's grab them. But it sounds like the SEC for two reasons. One, the SEC already owns those markets. They already have South Carolina and they already have Florida covered, and that you may have problems getting the number of votes to add those schools. The other one is the SEC and the ACC have long had a kind of a adversarial sort of thing, and it sounds like there's some people saying that the SEC loves the idea of the ACC in a civil war. And they also think it would be hilarious if Florida State and Clemson, who were pretty crowned up and always thinking that they're better than some of the SEC schools, there's a lot of talk that some of the people in the SEC think it'd be hilarious if they had to end up in the Big 12. Kind of like, oh, really? You guys think you're great? Well, have fun in the Big 12. So if the SEC really doesn't have interest because of geographical votes and the fact that they kind of feel like an ACC civil war would benefit them, and kind of a spite move for Florida State and Clemson, and the Big Ten not needing to grab them because they don't believe that the SEC is going to put them in, it really does only leave one landing spot, and that is the Big 12.
The Pac-12. Oh.
If only they had held it together. And while like you said, while the Big 12 is not a great landing spot, it's certainly a lot better than that horse crap contract that they're locked into at the ACC for like the foreseeable future.
Well, I think it'd be great for the Big 12.
Yes,
I mean,
they finally would have anchor schools.
They have a bunch of schools, but nobody's really that great. They're all kind of the same. Florida State and Clemson would be like,
They would be the anchor schools.
Yeah, besides Kansas, of course.
Of course. Rock
But
Chalk.
Then this guy goes on to say that the SEC could have interest in North Carolina and Virginia if the Big 12 didn't take them, because they believe. So Swaim is saying, this radio guy is saying that the Big 12 will get a bunch of money because of private equity, and that could lead to them really getting aggressive about adding schools and beefing up. And if they did not take North Carolina and Virginia, he is saying the SEC would have interest in those two because they want to get into those states. And
because again, Clemson and Florida State are already in markets that they're fine in.
Yeah, and their academics are good at those two schools.
Well, that's what you keep hearing. When the whole expansion talk was happening, they said that the one of the crown jewels wasn't necessarily Clemson or Florida State. It was North Carolina. Supposedly everyone wanted North Carolina. That was a school for academics and basketball and football that people were very high on, and a geographical dominance there in the state.
I can see that.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm still fascinated with the idea of, and this is where I just scratch my head. The ACC deal runs through 2036. And Florida State and Clemson love to yell about suing and getting out of things. And every time the ACC just says, dude, you signed not one, but 2 extensions. Like, you have a contract. If you would like to leave, cool. We own your rights, or you give us $300 million. And Florida State and ACC are like, that's not fair. And the ACC just keeps saying, well, you signed the contract. So ACC's like, you need to negotiate, or the two schools like, you need to negotiate with us. And the ACC just doesn't seem to give a rip. So until that happens, I mean, all of this stuff is just kind of conjecture. I want to see the ACC actually allow them to buy their way out for less than $300 million, or Florida State and Clemson actually have the balls to go to court and think they're going to win. Because right now it just feels like there's 2 schools that love to yell about how their TV deal sucks. They're in it for another 10 plus years and they don't want to be in it anymore. But as of today, there's still nothing they can do about it besides writing a check for a couple $100 million.
But all the other schools, there was plenty they could do about it.
Yeah.
I mean, so I don't really get. I mean, I guess I do get the difference between Florida State and Clemson. There's a grant of rights,
a big
deal
one.
that's very
Huge.
hard to get out of, but it's not impossible to get out of. So yes, of course, all that is right. Yeah. Like, you signed it, but so did Oregon signing with the Pac-12, and so did Utah signing with the Pac-12, and so did.
That was one. That was the.
But I just mean
1 or 2 years versus.
Well, I know, but Texas, Ohio, or Oklahoma, it's all the same crap. They all just want what's best for them, and I do think it's kind of funny that Florida State and Clemson are, like, people are doing, like, we're now doing bits with realignment where the SEC is just like, ha ha ha, we just want you to stay over there and suffer, ha ha. You know, like, this is what it's come to, is that the SEC is just like, and now I don't know. It's
hey,
but it is
SEC's
kind
like,
of,
hey, Florida State, remember when you were bitching about us? Enjoy the Big 12, bitches.
It is kind of funny that Florida State and Clemson are the 2 schools that are kind of getting exposed a little bit. Like, I think it's funny that they're getting turned down by the 2 big boy conferences. Like, the Big Ten's like, yeah, you're too dumb for us. And listen, we went to I'm basing this off of one thing and one thing only. We went to a Rose Bowl where Oregon played Florida State, and let me tell you something. Those Florida State people are D-U-M dumb.
The learned people, no!
So I get where the Big Ten's coming on that, and I'm sure Clemson's about the same way. Yeah. So I think it's kind of funny that they're being exposed a little bit, but they'll, the Big 12 will be happy to have them. And
well, it's like when Oregon and Washington, for all of the bluster they brought, their Big Ten deal was pennies on the dollar. Everyone was like, and granted, the Big Ten, eventually gave them the invite, but it wasn't at full shares. I just think a lot of schools think that they carry more weight than they really do.
That's why it's funny that Florida State especially.
Yes.
That's why it's kind of funny that this is happening to them because they think they're like, Florida and Texas. And
it turns out both conferences kind of looked at them, at least according to one guy now, and then a bunch of people are doing it's long, but I can't say how many times I read, it's long been known that the SEC was not interested in Florida State. I'm like, really? Because that's not what I heard, but apparently that thought is out there.
I can see it. Like, it all makes sense.
It does when you
now
put
that
it together.
Now that you lay it out there.
Yeah, because if the SEC was beating down their door, I'm sure the Big Ten would be like, all right, whatever. We can't allow the SEC to continue to because you add Texas and you add Oklahoma, and the Big 12 does what they do, and they grab USC and Oregon and Washington, and it is an arms race. And when you look at the really big powerhouses that are left, to be honest with you, the only ones that are really left are indeed Florida State, Clemson, and Notre Dame.
Well, they think they're powerhouses.
Yeah,
Notre Dame is.
Notre Dame is. Everyone would, and that's the best part too, is that Notre Dame is better than all of this because they're like, oh, we just have our own. Screw you, we don't need you. And maybe eventually they have to bend the knee, but as of right now, they haven't had to. But yeah, it would appear, though, Clemson with multiple national championships over the last handful of years, and Florida State, who is a traditional power and seems to be back on the rise, you would think that of the schools that are out there, they would by far be the most attractive, and yet both of the big boys are snubbing their nose at it.
I would be of the opinion that if Florida State and Clemson were really coveted by the SEC, they would have jumped. Now, they have the grant of rights thing, so maybe they couldn't have.
Yeah.
But I would imagine the SEC would have wanted them to jump in when Texas and Oklahoma did. I mean, those conversations happened. Like,
Yes.
if the SEC really wanted Florida State and Clemson, I'm sure they've already circled the wagons on that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And tried to get them out of there. But the fact that they're not out of there, and now this is all coming out, maybe means that the SEC it's true that the SEC never wanted them in the first place.
Yeah, you're right.
Because they can get whoever they want.
The only thing holding this together is that the stupid ACC schools, I mean, you want to talk about, we can criticize the Pac-12 for being dumb, and they were, right? So many missteps. But boy, why don't we talk more about the ACC sitting down and signing a $31 million a year deal through 2036? Did you not?
Crazy.
Did no one think that TV money was going to get bigger? Were they just like, you know what, guys, this $30 million is pretty sweet. Nothing could possibly happen in college football to change.
Well,
like, that may be the dumbest.
It does show you how really bad some of these business decisions are.
Yes.
That really is a good highlight of it. Another one is, did you see recently this Penn State football stadium thing?
No, what did they do?
Well, they want $700 million of public money to to revamp their stadium.
Oh, geez.
$700 million.
That's a lot of dough.
And the AD, or one of the higher ups, came out and said, well, we project revenues in the year 2044. Seriously, she said that. She was like, yeah, well, we have this running at a 40. I think she said, we're going to be getting $44 million per year off of this in, I don't know, I think 30 years is what she said.
Yeah.
And people are like, dude, that's not even a thing. How can you even possibly predict that? 30 years ago was 1994.
Things have changed.
So if somebody in 1994 said, well, in 2024, we expect, what?
Yeah.
This is how dumb these people are. They have no business sense whatsoever. And that's how they're trying to sell, because the people are pushing back. They're like, dude,
They
we're not
should
paying
push
for
back.
your $700 million for your stupid football stadium.
Exactly. How much does that school make?
And that was her thing, was, $44 million in 30 years we project.
Okay.
I project me being a multi-billionaire in 30 years. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but why don't you give me $700 million and let me find out?
I just like to point out that their endowment is $5 billion.
God.
So, Penn
Some
State.
of these people. But
Get
you're right.
bent.
In the end, let's wrap this up by saying, in the end, dude, the ACC schools should be getting out of there, because these TV contracts in college football, they are going to explode.
Yeah.
All of these schools. And this could include, for you Beaver fans and Cougar fans sitting on the sideline right now,
Could be.
dude, you could reap the benefits just as much as any other school out of all of this.
Yeah.
Because
You're probably actually rooting for the chaos.
of course you are.
Because from the chaos, you need the deck to be reshuffled in the worst possible way. And the longer this goes unshuffled, the more you just kind of twist in the wind and die on the vine. So, Coug Beaver fan, this is your Super Bowl. You need chaos.
The dust will settle. As I've been saying all along, the dust is going to settle with 4 huge conferences. That's what it's going to be. Or maybe 3.
Or maybe 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Oregon State and Washington State go to the Big 12, perhaps. I don't know.
That would be the dream. Or you end up in kind of the bastard leftover kind of Big 4, more like,
Well, that's what I was saying. Like that fourth league, I don't know if it's big,
it's like
but
the Mountain West
there will be some
expanded.
schools in
Yes.
there that will generate TV money.
Yeah.
All right. That is our college football crunchberries. Now, I had one other story on here, and that is that Dylan Gabriel is now the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman. We will talk about that with Joey Harrington when he comes on our show at 5:30. Once a Heisman finalist, Joey Harrington.
Yeah.
Wasn't he?
He had a billboard. Yeah, I think he finished 3rd or 4th.
Did he go to New York? I don't think he did.
I don't know if he did, but he finished fairly high in the rankings.
Up next, in the news, here's Buck.
Now.
guess is he didn't go to New York. I think they only invite the top 3.
Baby! Well, sometimes they have 4 there, don't they?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, because I want to say the year that Tyrann Mathieu went, there were 4 guys there. I think it depends on the voting that year. I think if it's going to be close, or people don't know exactly how it's going to shake out, sometimes the 4th candidate does go.
I don't remember. I'm sure we've talked about it. I just don't know if he went to New York, but he did finish 1, 2, 3, 4.
It is July 12, 2024. It is time for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much.
Who the hell are you?
I am Isachi. Isachi. Delivering local news you can use. Etch-a-Sketch Day.
Oh, God.
Remember the Etch-a-Sketch?
I do remember the Etch-a-Sketch. And by the way, if you've ever seen someone that's good at the Etch-a-Sketch, it's really impressive.
It's pretty cool.
I don't know
Isn't
how.
that kind of a mid-toy, though?
Oh, not when you were a kid. I mean, now it is. Like, I mean,
Well, yeah, but you're an adult. I'm saying for kids, even. It's just like...
No, when you were a kid, before the invention of cell phones, the Etch-a-Sketch was awesome. I loved the Etch-a-Sketch. But now, like, you know, you got a phone. Why would anyone want to Etch-a-Sketch? But I'm telling you, look up Etch-a-Sketch art, and some of the things, I remember once seeing someone that did a Starry Night on the Etch-a-Sketch, and it blew my freaking mind. I don't know how you... I have no idea how you do that. It's unbelievable.
It is also National Pecan Pie Day.
I do love a good pecan or pecan pie.
What is the correct pronunciation?
We talked about this. I think it goes both ways. You know,
Like you?
hey, it's 2024, man. Don't judge. My buddy's wife, by the way, makes a pecan pie with like a whiskey cream sauce.
Is the pecan underrated?
Yes.
We don't talk a lot about the
It does
pecan.
not get its love in the nut family, and I'm telling you, it's delightful. It can be used in so many different ways. Big fan.
We have a second major federal grant that the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project has landed.
Oh, so we'll
This
be building
one-
this bridge never?
This one is for $1.5 billion with a B. Billion.
It's a lot of B.
That's
a lot of money.
Federal funding. Right there. They're just
Okay.
handing it to us.
And yet we still...
Actually, it's $1.499 billion.
So what are we at for federal money now? We're over... Because originally, wasn't it a couple $100 million that they were kicking in?
6 months after the project started, well, sorry, let me just go back. It says that the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project will receive $1.499 billion from the Federal Bridge Investment Program.
Okay.
The award comes about 6 months after the project receives $600 million from the Federal Mega Grant Program, bringing the total federal investment to about $2.1 billion.
So we only need to come up with like $5 billion, because now that's how much it costs?
No, it costs $6 billion.
Ah.
You left $1 billion off.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I would like to point out that only a few years ago they were saying that was going to be between 2 and 3 billion. And now we're up about 6.
Well-
And by the time it's done, it's going to cost us 7.
They're like TV contracts.
It's unbelievable.
So, you know, you gotta get them early. Now they're saying it's going to cost $6 billion. The expectation is that Oregon and Washington would each contribute $1 billion, and that a trio of federal programs would contribute a combined $2.5 billion. And the remaining costs would be covered by, you guessed it,
Yay!
tolls.
Tolls. Can't we just build it for what we originally thought we were going to build it for, which was like $2 or $3 billion, and let the federal government cover all of it? Is that so terrible? Anybody? You're telling me we can't build a bridge for $3 billion?
Shut up.
We no longer can do
No,
that.
no.
Like 5 years ago we could, and now
Well, here's the thing.
it's impossible.
They'll project it at $6 billion. You know what it will really cost?
Guarantee it's going to be 7.
12.
Yeah, it's just get ready for it. And by the way, when is this effing thing going to be built? We've been talking about this for like 20 years.
Well, you guys have been fighting us.
It's our fault.
Yeah, I think, doesn't Oregon point the finger at Washington, then
Well,
Washington points the finger at
exactly.
Oregon?
Either way, can I ask, when is it going to be built? Because I remember the first time.
No, you can't.
The
Are
first
you
time,
kidding
I
me?
think they spent
Are you
$600 or $700 million planning it, and then went, we're done. No, we're not doing it.
Pulled the plug.
Pulled the plug after a couple $100 million.
Are you out of your mind?
So again, when? We have no idea when this is going to be built. We just have our cool I-5 bridge, which does such a great job.
As you noted, newsman, I
No one-
cannot answer that
No one knows
question.
anything.
No one knows anything.
Dude, this thing's never gonna get. We're gonna be old men. And
Do you think we will see the new bridge living here?
I certainly hope so, but
No, I mean living, because we may not always live here.
that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying before we die.
Yeah.
I'm saying, will we be living in this city when that is built?
Dude, that's a 50-50 coin flip. Dude, we're nowhere. We may see the start of it, seeing the completion, both of us. I'm gonna say the odds are no.
Where are you guys going?
I don't know. This thing ain't getting
It's a good
built.
question. I
This
don't
thing
know.
ain't getting built anytime soon.
Rob's going to Palm Springs, maybe.
I do like Mexico an awful lot.
Souk to Mexico. That tracks.
I got my eye in Arizona.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
A couple spots there. Well, it's, taxes, man. SoCal's good, but probably not the desert. Probably not Palm Springs desert. Maybe Arizona desert. Maybe high desert Arizona.
Flagstaff, perhaps.
Maybe I'll move into the Grand Canyon. Does anybody live there?
I could see you being a New Mexico guy.
A lot of snakes down there, by the way. You can see Rop being in New Mexico.
No
Yes, I
chance.
Have you been to New Mexico?
Nope.
No chance.
Because I have many a time, and you know what I can't see in New Mexico?
Rob?
That man.
That's right.
He
I've been
seems
to
like he's got a
Albuquerque.
Santa Fe vibe to him.
No.
No.
I've been to Albuquerque once, and I thought it was fine.
Doesn't Santa Fe kind of got like a bohemian vibe going on and like?
You think that's bohemian?
I don't know.
Look at me.
Boy, there's. Again, having been to Mexico multiple times, never once have I ever thought, I bet Rob would love this.
Oh, I'm gonna stay west, man. West is where it's. West is best, bro. What about Vegas? Maybe I'll move down there and just get COVID permanently.
Have
Live
fun.
at the win.
There you go.
Get all strains of COVID.
I think that'd get very expensive.
What about Tahoe?
I do
See,
like.
that's where I'm going.
I do like Tahoe.
That's where Buck's going? Well,
Yeah.
I can't go there.
Well, you can. It's a big lake.
It is large.
I'm gonna go to that lake.
They're doing the celebrity golf tournament down there this week.
Yeah. That's always a sign that it's a slow time of sports year.
Yep.
When that tournament's on.
Yeah.
I'm always like, oh, God.
Go do that.
Because I don't care about that tournament.
It's a fun one to go to.
But
really fun.
yeah,
one
that's
to
what
go
I've
to.
heard. But I won't be watching.
You don't want to see if. Oh, actually, Steph Curry can't defend his crown because he's with Team USA.
Oh, he's not there?
He's with Team USA in Vegas.
See, he's one of the only athletes I like to watch golf.
Yeah.
All right. A legacy anesthesiologist is dispensing that HIV.
I don't think you want that.
That story next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Has he done it again? Has he done it again? He does!
need to know, because it said that the one I read is that the patients are being asked to test for all kinds of stuff. It was like a couple different kinds of hepatitis, HIV. So when it says due to potential exposure, I had questions. Did the anesthesiologist just have the hepatitis and HIV and didn't tell anyone, or was he, or they, God forbid, were they,
or her?
I was trying to they, them. I don't know. I don't know what to do with pronouns anymore. That person, how about that? Were they up to something? I think that's rude. I don't think you can say it.
I think this show should just stay far, far away from gendering others.
Yeah, that's right.
Listen here, friendo. Was he doing? God, were
She.
they doing something malicious? I need to know, because if you're just an anesthesiologist and or were you like, hey, by the way, I ain't wearing gloves.
Hey, check out this needle. I used it on my last patient.
Yeah, I need to know.
You want to check this out?
Yeah. They're sending letters to those 221 patients. I want to know, if I was one of those patients, I would be like, whoa. You need to explain to me in detail what the F happened, because saying that they don't work there enough, that ain't cutting it for me.
Well, they've already fired the guy, so that tells you.
Yeah,
or
something.
I'm sorry, the woman. I'm sorry, the
They,
person.
the anesthesiologist.
Yeah, they've already fired them, so that tells you they screwed up.
Yeah, I don't like all this learning of the situation. What situation?
Yeah, I'm reading through. I've read through the whole story now.
I need to know.
And
The learned people, no.
It does not say what happened.
No, and I don't like that.
Oh no, they were hurting you so bad. Oh no.
They may have been. Look, I don't want hepatitis, any of the heps. I don't know how many of those are, but I don't want any of the hep
Take
alphabet.
D.
And you don't.
You'll take D?
Okay. I certainly
Yeah.
don't think you want HIV. Although HIV now, it's
How many?
it's very manageable.
So you got B and C, hepatitis A, B, and C, right? Is there a hepatitis D? Well, and why not? If
I can look, how many hepatitis are there? I know there's a lot of them.
oh, there is a hepatitis D.
Yeah. See?
Hepatitis Delta.
You don't want that. Oh,
Oh,
wait,
and there's an E.
There's an E too.
Yeah.
See, you don't want that. You don't want that mess.
No, you're right. I don't.
Now the question becomes,
out.
if you have to get one.
Hepatitis F is a hypothetical virus that has not been proven to exist.
I'll take that one. If I have to get one, I don't know. I don't even know what hepatitis is, quite frankly. I know what HIV is. I don't. What is hepatitis?
No one knows. We're all like,
Seriously, what is it? And what will happen to me if I get it?
it's something involving your liver.
A general term for inflammation of the liver, which can be caused by a variety of infectious or non-infectious
Well, I
agents.
already have that.
That's from drinking, though.
So you have all the hepatitis.
48 hard years.
I don't think that's I think that's hepatitis. Well, I guess I would say A, B, or alcohol, booze. I don't know. Alcohol's or hepatitis W for wine. I didn't know exactly what it was, but I know it affects your liver, and you don't want it.
Okay.
But this says that there's at least 6 types of hepatitis. Question is, what is the best hepatitis?
The greatest hepatitis.
I mean, there has to be a winner, right?
Nobody's ever seen hepatitis like this.
I just Googled for AI, and it says the best hepatitis is the one that can be managed or cured.
All right. That's in the news, July 12, 2024. Up next is the Hot 5 at 5. Death to a legend. An Oregon Duck is now the favorite to win the Heisman. And some pretty interesting basketball news. That's all next on The Fan. Hey, what's up? It's your boy sticking around for, you guessed it, Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Friday. Beautiful day in the Pacific Northwest. It's your sports bros. Rob, right here. Big Sook's over there.
Right here.
We're having a good show, as far as you know. Isachi.
Take our word for it.
Ryan Buckley's over there.
Yeah, baby.
Joey Harrington coming up in 25 minutes.
Hey, the Hawk Tua made another appearance. Eminem dropped his new album last night, and it's got a Hawk Tua to start the whole thing. Yeah.
When we were in Vegas, we went to the club,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a DJ by the name of Afro Jack. Have you ever heard of Afro Jack?
I think Afrojack played at one of those when we were down at one of the national title games or something. I think Afrojack was one of the guys that was supposed to be hyping up the crowd. And
Okay.
it is so weird when they hire a DJ to hype up the crowd and no one wants to be hyped up.
Right.
You're like, no one's feeling it.
Well, I
Like-
tell you what, this was a vibe. It was cool. It was
Yeah.
at the Wynn, the XS Club at the Wynn, and the kids wanted to go, and it was really fun. Like, he was really good.
Yeah.
It was a great vibe. He mixed in some Hawk Tuas into his
I'm
into
telling
his
you,
set.
dude. That Hawk
You gotta give it
I guess she's getting now like 50 to 60 G's to show up at clubs.
Well, she was at a concert recently with some
Zach,
country
Zach
guy.
Bryan.
Yeah.
Well, that was kind of her first public
Yeah.
appearance after the whole thing went viral.
But now people are just paying her.
She's got an agent and everything.
Yeah, people just pay her to show up. Like, so you'll be like,
God.
you could be in Vegas or you could be in Nashville, and it's like, hey, at Club Butter tonight, come party with Hawk Tua girl, and then they just pay her a bunch of money, and then someone goes to the club, and then occasionally they put the spotlight on her, and then she stands up and is like, woo, Hawk Tua, and then everyone goes crazy, and she makes a bunch of dough.
spit on that thing.
It's really the best job of all time. Like Kim Kardashian does that. It's like she gets paid like $1 million. Paris Hilton.
She's had to do way more than Hawk Tua Haley, though. That girl just said 5 words into a microphone.
Well, she's not getting $1 million. But
No.
Yeah, you get if you're one of these reality douche canoes, someone pays you a bunch of money to show up at.
Merry Christmas, bitch.
Yeah, this gal. She gets paid a ton of money to just show up and literally sit in a VIP area where no one can get to you, but people can stare at you.
Hey, I think they deserve it. I mean, some of them.
Yeah,
Paul Skeens talk next. Joey Harrington 5:30. We'll have a little Heisman talk with him. Coming up at the club hour, we've got snake news and apparently some audio that comes to us from the midday show. Jeff Russ left some audio behind. I don't know much about it.
Yes,
all I know
essentially it is an online date in which the man gets frustrated that the date brings a friend and runs up his bill. So a lot of that was caught on TikTok.
Yeah. How about that? So you go on a date.
Yeah.
She shows up. She brings a friend.
A girlfriend, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
At a nice restaurant.
And he's expected.
Well, I think generally, isn't that still the expectation that
Boy, I'll tell you what.
first date the guy rolls out the card?
That's a rough go.
Yeah.
Well, so he had a solution to this. That's what we get to.
I once showed up at what
Was
I
it
thought
Hawk
was a
Tua?
date, and there was another guy there.
Wait, what'd you say?
I once showed up to what I thought was a date.
Was that a record scratch moment?
What?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, I showed up to what I thought was a date
Yeah.
at this girl's house, went to get her. And when I got there, it was the girl, and she had another dude
Oh.
there.
Okay.
And I was like,
I thought you were saying
I thought
that
differently.
you
Oh.
showed up to a gay date.
no.
Or that you
no.
thought you were showing up to a straight date with a girl and it was just a guy
was
that
a
was trying to
guy.
date you
I'm
instead.
gay, I'm gay, I'm gay.
Yeah, it was a girl that I had ridden home from BYU, and she lived locally. And so we were talking, and she was an athlete too. And she was like, "Do you want to come over?" And I was like, "Yeah, I want to come over." I liked what she had going on, and so we had been communicating. And so I show up at the house. You put on like you're like, all right, I'm looking good, whatever.
Yeah.
And I go
Put
roll.
on some Axe body spray.
Oh, absolutely. I think it might have been some Old Spice. I was ready to go. And so I walk in the house, and she answers the door, and I was all excited. You're like, oh, yeah, that's awesome. And then I walk in. There's another dude there. And I was like, well, this is
Hey now.
interesting. And she dropped one of these. Oh, yeah, this is a guy. I met him online, and we were kind of talking. And so, we were all, and He was as awkward. We were both looking at each other like, what?
Holy honor code violation. She was a freak.
Well, she wanted, you know what she wanted.
Not very BYU of her.
Oh, no, she didn't want that.
Yeah, she did.
No.
Yeah, she did.
No, she didn't. No.
Oh, she did.
Turns out she was very wholesome, and she saw nothing weird about it. Needless to say, I left within 20 minutes. I was like, I got a thing. I was like, what? You can't invite someone over to your house and then be like, oh, by the way, here's some guy here too.
Are you out of your mind?
You can't.
Well, some people might be into it.
Well, that's the thing. If if that's the purpose of it, that I get. But you can't just have, hey, we're all casually hanging out here. Just a couple of no. I give you two dudes swallowing wieners. Didn't work.
God, Buck.
Hot dogs.
Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Well, rest in peace, Monty Kiffin.
Yeah.
The man who you once sat on naked.
Yep. Never forget it.
Lane Kiffin's dad, the creator of the Tampa 2 defense, has passed away at the age of 84.
And by the
over
way,
50 years in coaching.
This is the part that blew me away. See, he's 84, which meant when I sat on him, he was like 63, 64. Unbelievable.
Were you getting hazed? Why did you sit on him naked?
Oh, no. I got cut, and they flew me home, and then they had to turn around that same day and fly me back because someone got hurt. So I landed in Tampa at like 5:30 in the morning. So I just went to the facility, and it was all dark. So I thought I'd lay down on the couch and take like a nap. And I laid down in the dark, and guess who was on the couch?
Oh.
Monty.
Okay, you went to lay down on the couch naked. Their couch. Huh?
No, Monty Kiffin was naked.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's weird.
He was sleeping in the office, and it was
nude.
It was weird as all get out. I would have swore he was 75.
Yeah. He has always looked very
He was that guy that's been
Number 4.
75 for 30 years.
Now, to be fair, he did have a blanket on him, which is why I didn't see him. But when he got up, that's when I realized the only thing that he had was that blanket. And might I add, you can't lay on a couch naked knowing that other people are then going to go sit on that couch.
Yeah, that's a shared couch, bro.
Can we put on some skivvies? Something?
Looking at the men's semifinal draw at Wimbledon, Sunday you will be able to watch Carlos Alcaraz and Novak Djokovic because they both won today.
Do you hear how high the ticket prices are?
No.
Cheapest ticket in the building, $10,000.
Oh, come on.
Get
Like I
out
said.
of town.
Are you serious?
No
Yeah,
way.
saw it earlier today. I mean, you can likely get a ticket for less than that, but like secondhand market, the cheapest one out there is $10K.
I'll be damned.
And you said tennis is dead.
Yeah, there was a bunch of empty seats at Wimbledon, but apparently this one is a big deal.
It seats like 15,000, I think, center court at Wimbledon.
Djokovic would tie the Wimbledon record if he gets it. So
That's what it is.
Oh,
The Mariners are looking to make it 4 in a row tonight. They are in LA against the Angels. Final 4-game set here before the All-Star break. The M's winning big last night, 11-0. The lead in the AL West is 2 over the cheating Astros.
yeah, they keep having this every time the M's, win, the Astros win. There's just like you got a little push-pull going on right now.
Houston is hosting Texas tonight.
0-0 game just underway.
We also have the stupid Yankees trying not to lose again. They're in Baltimore, but lead 3-1 in the 4th. Mets are winning,
Yeah, what's the?
but no one cares about that.
The Orioles are still 2 games up on the Yankees, and yes, I do care about my Mets, who are now, I believe, 3 games over 500. So suck it. Rock.
Over
3
games over
500.
500.
Over 500. Actually, I lied. They're 2 games above.
Dodgers are losing to the Tigers in the bottom of the 6th, 3-2. That's all I want to tell you about.
That's it.
Number two.
Royals are winning.
Something real quick.
Number 2.
Yeah. By the way, in case you're wondering, in the wild card standing,
Was not.
you should. You should
Wasn't.
look at the wild card standings.
Don't care.
You should. You should care.
After
Big
just
jerk.
11 career starts, Paul Skeens has been named the All-Star starting pitcher for the National League.
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, and there was some talk about this. One, I guess he'll be on full rest. I mean, they just yanked him the other day. Was it 7?
99 pitches through 7. They pulled him in a no-hitter.
No hitter.
Yeah, and they yanked him. Dude, he is...
Got to protect your...
You could make a strong case right now. I mean, obviously there's not enough starts for him to be the leader in anything. You can make the case that he's the best pitcher in baseball.
You seen his numbers?
Yeah,
they're insane. He's a sub-2 ERA, 1.9, I think. He's got 89 Ks in 66 innings, hasn't lost a game.
Have you seen that splinker that he throws?
They were just talking about it today on SportsCenter.
Oh
I didn't know
God.
that they called it that.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody hits him. Honestly, his ERA is high to me.
Well, you know, the Mets got to him.
Based on his... Yeah, I watched that game. The Mets got him... I think Jeff McNeil hit a home run off of him.
That's right. Punch and Judy, Jeff McNeil got a home run. How good can he be? By the way, people saying like the greatest rookie season ever. Look up Dwight Gooden, you bitches.
I saw... Actually, we'll get into this in the next segment. I saw a list of the best first 11 starts to a career.
Yeah.
Dwight Gooden was number 10.
Well, but the best rookie season.
Yeah, first 11 starts, though, he was number 10.
Yeah, dude, and by the way, with that splinker, also his fastball is triple digits, so yeah, have fun. He throws a changeup.
Hey, what
occasionally,
number
too.
are we on? I wasn't paying
2,
attention.
right?
This is number 1.
Oh, we're already on number 1. Okay,
Yeah.
well, I have 2 more stories for you. So
you better get to it.
You're getting a bonus story tonight.
Love bonus stories.
An Oregon Duck is now the favorite to win the Heisman. Quarterback Dylan Gabriel has passed Georgia's Carson Beck and Texas's Quinn Ewers. He is now plus 750. He is the first Oregon Duck ever to be the preseason Heisman favorite. The Ducks open the season against Idaho at Autzen, August 31st. And Jalen Brunson has signed a 4-year, $156.5 million extension with the New York Knicks. This is significant because he could have signed for $113 million more if he waited a year. So Adrian Wojnarowski is calling this an unprecedented financial concession in order to give his team roster flexibility.
Did you not see LeBron take less money?
I saw him take, what did he take, like $3 million?
I think it was $3 million over 2 years.
Still only making $52 million.
They broke it down. He's not going to actually lose $113 million because he can restructure after a year, but he will lose in real money $37 million for trying to chase this championship with his boys.
Look,
how about that?
I think that's pretty badass because the Knicks, when you look at them on paper, if everyone stays healthy, dude, even though they lost to Hartenstein, the Knicks are scary good.
You want to know how I know athletes are overpaid?
What?
That.
Leaving $37 million on the table?
Yeah, it's like, I don't care.
Hey, like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
They'll make it up for it.
Victor Rico's Mexican food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. A little Paul Skeens talk before Joey Harrington. Next on The Fan.
It's The Fan.
All right, Joe and Harrington coming up next. Paul Skeens will start the All-Star game. I don't know if that's controversial or not. I did see that Jeff Passan, big baseball writer guy, he was having a problem with that. He was like,
why?
Oh, no, maybe it wasn't Passan. I think it was Passan that put out the report that it could be Skeens. I know what it was. I was watching a game while on my COVID deathbed, and I forget which broadcast. It was a team that had a bunch of good pitchers, and I can't remember who I was watching, but their broadcasters were going off about that. They're like, oh, that's ridiculous. 11 starts. He shouldn't start the All-Star game. There are so many guys more deserving. He hasn't even been here the whole half of the season, and this whole thing. So
Sure.
I don't know how many people think that's controversial, but I think it's great for the game because he's like must-see TV.
Yeah, so isn't the whole point, check me if I'm wrong, Sandy, but isn't the whole point of the All-Star game for the fans and to get people excited and to grow the game? And now that Ohtani isn't pitching, some of the Ohtani fever has died down, even though he's having an MVP type year. Is there a bigger deal in baseball right now than Paul Skeens? I mean, he plays for the Pirates, for God's sakes, and anytime he pitches, it is must-see television. So
he's pretty awesome,
dude. Other fans give him a standing ovation. Like what? What do you want from the guy?
You got to put him in there.
Yes,
got to put him in there, and they did. The last rookie to start the All-Star game. Do you know who that is? Have you seen that little nuggie?
It's been in the sports snort today.
Yeah,
has it?
Yep. Buck's been reporting.
I'm sorry. Give me a team.
Okay, Dodgers. I think.
Yep, that's right.
Dodgers?
Yeah. He pitched for the Dodgers.
Okay. So
the stupid Dodgers. That narrows it down, doesn't it?
Yeah, it wouldn't be like Kershaw, would it?
No. Hideo
Nomo. Yeah, but he's not really a rookie.
Pull his ass!
Yeah,
it was his first season in the major leagues.
That's cheating. That's like didn't Ichiro win
yes.
Yeah. He won the MVP.
Rookie of the Year and MVP.
Yeah, you're not a rookie. Yeah.
ESPN Plus ranked the best first 11 starts to a career, and they ranked Paul Skeens third all-time.
Okay.
Number 2 was Mark Fidrich, and number 1 was Fernando Valenzuela.
Dude, Fernando Fever was the real stinking deal. So Skeens, by the way, 6-0, 1.9 ERA.
Yeah.
And by the way, he has been pulled twice. I think once after 5 and once after 7 with no hitters going.
Yep. Yeah, and that leads to another Paul Skeens nuggie. This is a good one. Multiple starts with no hits and 10 or more strikeouts in a season. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Nolan Ryan did that, but he didn't do it until his 7th year. Max Scherzer did it, but he didn't do it till his 8th year. Justin Verlander did it, but he didn't do it until his 17th year.
Jeez.
Paul Skeens, 11 starts, and he's done it.
So can we all, when does his arm fall off?
Boy, that's the big question.
The
Right?
one thing I saw, did you see his whole warm-up routine?
Yeah.
He does stuff very different than everybody else, so I wonder maybe his body is a little better to handle all the mechanics of it. I hope.
I don't know, man.
Fine. I just think in today's game, when you tell me you throw triple digits and you throw ungodly breaking stuff, that little splinker that they call that thing, I gotta believe.
I'm just trying to be hopeful that maybe he's doing something a little bit different and won't be befallen by the same things.
He's just a freak, like
possible.
LeBron or something. You know, it's like sometimes they just.
Yeah, I just look at the way.
And he's doing Livy Dunn, so.
Yeah, that certainly helps. She helps in the recovery. Hey, Kate Upton helped Justin Verlander for a while, and then of course he's
always hurt.
He's always hurt. But hey, she helped him. He was basically dead in the water, and then he got to Houston and. Kate Upton and nothing else helped him, Houston.
Well, Livy Dunn won't be joining him in Pittsburgh anytime soon because she's going back to LSU for a 5th year.
Is she really trying to stay relevant?
I bet she's trying to get that NIL money is what it is.
Look,
She's not a gymnastics career after college.
You're not gonna, dude. Her relevancy is getting ready to wane down. And so I love it. People are like, why is she with Paul Skeens? She knows. Grab onto that
I'll
horse.
tell you what, this is a really relevant question right now.
Yeah,
very provocative. Is Paul Skeens about to dump Livy Dunn and upgrade?
Wouldn't that be something?
Think about that.
Because he could.
Because he's ugly, too.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've seen him.
He's not a good-looking guy.
Dude, no.
No.
He's standing on the mound, you're like, ew. But
his
rolling. Pitches are hot.
He's rolling right now. He's got that creepy molester stash.
Yeah.
But when I see him throw and I see the whip that he has in his arm, dude, it just terrifies me. Reminds me of Strasburg.
Have you seen the overlay of his pitches?
No.
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable. Well, first of all, he doesn't just have the splinker. He has like 6 pitches.
Well, he's got like a couple different breaking balls.
Yes.
And curves.
And they say he even has a changeup.
Yeah,
but his fastball is like 101 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And then he throws the splinker, and he's got everything, dude. But there is an overlay of his pitches.
Yeah.
And there's one in particular that is, I don't know how anyone would hit anything ever on Earth, ever, planet.
Which one is it?
You'll see it.
Okay, I'm looking here.
Because they stop the ball 3/4 of the way, and it's in the same exact spot.
And you're like, which one is
look
this?
Look where those 2 balls end up.
Yeah.
One of them is like inside belt, and the other one's like lower, way outside right. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, some of that stuff is it's just stupid. I don't understand how when a guy is really dealing, I don't understand how anyone hits that stuff. And with as hard as they throw.
Unless you're Jeff McNeil.
That's right. Yeah, Jeff McNeil's like, dude, this Skeens guy's a bitch.
Don't need as much power when he's providing it.
Spit on that thing.
All right, Joey Harrington joins us next for his weekly visit.
I just saw it, by the way.
You see that?
Dude,
that's unbelievable.
One ends up a foot outside the strike zone, and it's 95. The other one ends up 6 inches inside the strike zone and curves in at 84.
Correct. And those balls are in the same spot.
3/4 of the way.
Yeah.
The exact same spot.
So you're standing there, and you're like, okay, here it comes. Oh, I see that. I see that.
95 outside.
Ah! It almost hit me.
What is... I can't... You are so right. That is one of the sickest things that I've seen.
He's filthy.
Yeah. And the poor guy, I think it was from the Brewers. It's just, whatever. Ring me up.
Joey Harrington next. Here's Buck. I was about to say it's Football Friday, but it's not.
No.
Story time. We're getting close, though. I was seeing yesterday Joey Harrington joining us now for his weekly hit. I was seeing yesterday that I think it's 49 days, maybe now 48, to opening kick, Oregon, Idaho. Joey.
48?
I think.
I thought it was 50. Maybe I'm a day behind on our Talking Ducks tracker. But anyway, I just because our good friend Aaron Fentress has been helping with the countdown, and we were at okay. Here we go. You ready? If I told you we had Tom Graham days left until the start of Oregon football, how many days would that be? What number?
Well, now because you said it, I'm going to say 50.
Okay, Souk.
Well, I mean, it feels like it.
Do you know Tom Graham?
No, I have no idea.
I don't know who Tom Graham is. Should I know who Tom Graham is?
I feel like he's a punter.
No, that's Tom Blanchard. Tom Graham, number 51, was arguably. I mean, Dave Wilcox is in a class of his own, NFL Hall of Famer. Tom Graham, father of Daniel Graham, Colorado tight end.
I see him right here.
Was an absolute beast of a linebacker. Outside linebacker. I believe he was like outside linebacker D end. If I'm not mistaken, it was in one Civil War, he recorded like 41 solo tackles. I mean, the guy was all over the place, all American, played in the NFL. Probably a nicer, for as good of a player as he was an even better person. And Tom died, I think maybe, is it 2 years ago now? But holy God, that guy was a monster. Anyway.
I'm reading through his stuff here. I didn't know about Todd Graham, but 10 years in the NFL, or Tom Graham. Yeah.
Tom,
Ducks history, he made 41 tackles, 24 unassisted, recovered a fumble, and blocked a field goal in one game.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely
beast.
Incredible.
No, you're right. It's 50. Well, if you count the 31st, the game's on the 31st, then it's actually 51. But you're right.
50. It's 50, yeah. So don't be short, don't be getting my hopes up.
I know.
Come on.
Can't wait.
You're better than that.
Hey, there was a big story today, though, that Dylan Gabriel is now the Heisman favorite.
Yep.
Can you name the last Oregon Duck who was the preseason Heisman favorite? And it's not Tom Graham.
Preseason Heisman favorite.
It should be pretty easy, I'm guessing.
Well, okay. I'm hesitating on Bo because, I'm trying to remember if he had all of that hype going into the season. It wasn't Herbert. I'm going with Bo.
I'm saying you.
Yeah, it was not Bo. It was not Herbert.
It's the guy we're talking to.
Not me.
Mariota was second.
Yeah.
And I was trying to find yours. I think Eric Crouch. Now this is a hard. So I've done some digging on this, and this is another one of those that there's really no definitive answer. It's not really out there, but it sounds to me there's some scuddy on the internet that the last preseason Heisman favorite to win the Heisman was Eric Crouch, your year, 2001.
That would make sense.
Yeah, because you weren't the favorite, right?
No, God, no. I wasn't even on the radar.
You weren't? Really?
That's why they threw up the stinking billboard, because it's like, hey, everybody, look at me.
Yeah.
Like,
Wait, the
hey,
billboard.
What about us out here?
But that wasn't preseason?
That was the May that we went out there on Memorial Day, leading into that summer before senior season.
Okay, so they were trying to get you on the radar, is basically
right.
Because that year. Okay, so here's a fun trivia question for you. Do you remember who finished? So you ended up finishing fourth in the Heisman voting. Do you know who the top three were in order?
Eric Crouch, Rex Grossman, Ken Dorsey, myself, followed by Antoine Randall L. And then I think Julius Peppers may have finished sixth.
Wow, that's pretty good. You're like Draymond Green.
Well, according to Duck Territory of 247, that it does say here that Gabriel is the first Oregon Duck to ever be the preseason Heisman favorite.
Right. If it wasn't you,
Yeah.
and it wasn't Mariota, I can't think of
anybody.
another guy who it would have been preseason favorite, like the number one player in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Bo didn't get that Heisman favorite label until like maybe a couple weeks into the season last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the amount of I mean, Oregon's had certain years, obviously, where they have been talked about a bunch. I can't remember this. They're number 2 or number 3 in the country, depending on who you talk to. Number 2 or number 3 in the recruiting, depending on who you talk to. Now they have the preseason favorite. Everyone's picking them to obviously be in the college football playoff, although that's expanded. Top 3 or 4 odds to win the whole thing. I mean, look, I don't know how this thing finishes, but the hype train and the expectations, I haven't seen it in 20 years.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think there's a couple things at play here. Well, one thing at play, and it's the complete change in landscape of college football, right? I mean, this is a direct correlation to the power shift of college football, the change in rules, the ability to recruit, the ability to literally walk into other schools' weight rooms and and interview players. Hey, do you want to come play for us? Even though it's ridiculous. The irony, which is so funny, and let me first state that the guy who has absolutely crushed this whole college football landscape is Dan Lanning. I mean, Dan and Tosh and those guys have absolutely, I mean, you could not have better people for this moment. But the irony, I've seen a lot of people saying, well, Oregon's just buying everybody. They're buying all the players. They're just, Uncle Phil's just writing blank checks. Well, sure. Like there's definitely that part of college football that exists now. But from what I saw, they weren't even in the top 5 of the amount of money being paid for NIL right now. Is that correct?
It depends. Like Rick Neuheisel came out on his radio show and said that, and I've tried to get confirmation on this, and I've had several people stop short of saying it, because Neuheisel said that Phil has told them that basically you have a blank check. You tell me what you need and you have it. I haven't gotten anyone to say that it's gone that far, but I've heard from 2 people that I'm pretty comfortable with that say that it's top 3 in the country.
In terms of what has been paid out.
Yes.
See, I actually saw a list, and I thought they were 7th. But
they're
hashing.
They're not. How about this? I don't know if they're not getting outspent. Money is if they are in on a kid, they will not lose a kid because of money. I think that is at this point fairly safe to say. That doesn't mean that that's the only reason people are coming here, but they're not getting outspent by anybody.
Right. And so back to your original point of hype train and top 2 or top 3, there are, what are we going to say, 8, maybe 10 schools that you can legitimately say have an opportunity to win the national championship. And that's how it's going to be until you have rules in place, right? This is going to be the expectation every single year, because Michigan, Ohio State, Oregon, USC, Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma, LSU, who am I forgetting here? Maybe Florida State.
Yeah, Ohio State.
I said Ohio State. Yeah, I mean, outside of those teams, nobody else has a shot.
Yeah.
Nobody, because there is. Did I just hear that the scholarship limits are going away as well?
Pretty much.
Like how we are literally going back to the days of Nebraska hiding running backs in a hotel so they can just stockpile them. Right. The only difference is now once all those running backs are hidden, once they stockpile them, then they're free to go the next year if they don't play. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. So do I love it as an Oregon fan? Sure. Of course I do. Like, I want to see them win a national championship. I worked the first 22 years of my life for that. But I also have to acknowledge that this exact situation exists because of the change in the college football world and our ability to take advantage of it right now.
Yeah, it's true. It's like it's all about your own perspective. If you're an Oregon State fan, you're like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Terrible model.
Right.
If you're an Oregon fan, this is the pool you want to swim in because you can keep up.
Well, the one that bugs me a little bit, and again, having talked to people, I know they're buying kids, but the part that rubs me the wrong way is when Alabama and LSU and Ohio State and schools like that got these kids forever, and we all said, well, we know the SEC is buying them. And they were buying them 20 years ago. They were buying 40 years ago. They're buying them now. No one said that the only reason that kid's going to Alabama is because they're paying him. And no one cared that they were paying him. Like, oh, it's Alabama. But when Oregon does it, and I get it, they're opening up the checkbook for most people on the West Coast. I can say this. No one on the West Coast has Oregon's checkbook. No one. Not USC, not UW. It's not even close. Now they're mad. Now it's like some sort of slight. Why wasn't it a slight when the other programs were doing it? Why is it only a slight now that Oregon's doing it? And I'm not a duck guy. I just don't like hypocrisy. And it bothers me when people take shots at Oregon and you never took shots at the other schools, and you still don't take shots at the other schools. They're spending the same amount. You think Ohio State doesn't have basically unlimited funds? You don't think Alabama can't come up with whatever money they want? I mean, A&M started this whole thing with the $25 million recruiting class.
I got nothing to add to that. Yeah. Amen to that.
I just think it's, I don't know. I think it's selective outrage, as if like,
I can hear it now.
Yeah. Because it's the new kid on the block that somehow you're not in the old boys club. So how dare you think that you can play our game? Well,
yeah. I mean, it's highly competitive. They're very territorial. They've been doing it the best forever, but I can hear it now. The second Oregon, let's just say, pie in the sky, Oregon wins a title.
Here it comes.
The second it happens, you're going to get all of this stuff.
They bought it.
Yep, just bought it in this new era of lame college football, not even a real championship. You know,
exactly.
That's what's going to happen.
As if, like you said, those Nebraska teams that were stockpiling kids in Bama, I'm sure all those kids went and sat for 2 to 3 years out of the goodness of their heart.
Well, it's all the same teams, except now you've just kind of added Oregon.
Yeah.
Like, are there other Oregons around the country that are in a unique position to keep up with the Ohio States of the world?
Clemson was one that came to mind because Clemson had a national title, but in the 80s, but they were largely irrelevant for 25 plus years.
I mean, now, like a new blue blood, like Oregon's kind of a new.
The one that I thought it was going to be about, when was Justin Blackman and and Brandon
Whedon.
Whedon. I thought with T. Boone Pickens and Oklahoma State, Mike Gundy was the I don't want to say hot new coach. Like, he was young, that program was rolling. They won Bedlam. I thought Oklahoma State was going to be the team that became the big spenders with T. Boone Pickens.
Yeah, and they tried. I mean, they said that T. Boone invested close to $1 billion in that thing, and this is where the other one where, I mean, I hate being an Oregon apologist because, again, I'm neutral in the whole thing, but again, I don't like hypocrisy. So if it's as simple as just buying your way into the club, then Oklahoma State would be there, because T. Boone Pickens spent $1 billion and said that he will spend whatever it takes. And he made Oklahoma State into a solid program. He did not make them into a national power. So we've seen other schools try this. We saw Maryland try to do this with Under Armour. They were going to be the Nike of the East. Mm-hmm. It didn't work. So yes, Phil and Nike, Oregon doesn't exist in this era without them. But let's also give credit to the Brookses of the world and the Bilotis and the Kellys and the different ADs and all that, because it's not as simple as having a blank check, because we've seen other schools try it and to varying degrees of success, but not this. So I think it's a little, I just think it's a little unfair to say it's simply because of a checkbook. The checkbook is a big reason, but it's not the only reason.
Freaking Oregon.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, I think a lot of it is jealousy. I think it's bitterness.
Yeah, they got it cooking.
Yeah.
All right, up next with our friend Joey Harrington here, we'll see what the name Coach Rai Rai means to Joey, and I've got a Heisman voting follow-up. More with our friend Joey Harrington next here on 1080 The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, Isaac, I was hoping I'd be able to find audio of this by now, but there's been one big thing that's happened in the Summer League so far today. And that is our favorite Oregon Duck and Folly Dante on a 2-way contract with the Rockets. Stuffed Bronny James at the rim. Blah!
What?
Yeah.
And Folly Dante blocked Bronny James' shot?
That's right. In Summer League, Bronny going for the layup, and Folly said, no.
No.
That's right.
What are the chances in Folly Dante now gets blackballed from the NBA?
That's a good question. LeBron's probably going to have him playing over in China before we know it.
Mods BDX, the future of building is here.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. You got
a day short out on a holiday weekend, only to we have our insides. We know where you were.
Where was I?
You were in Bandon.
That's the rumor.
I wish. Yeah. I wish. I woke up Thursday morning, 4th of July, sick, and I had no 4th of July. As a matter of fact, I didn't even hear fireworks. Did anybody set off any fireworks anywhere? Because I didn't hear them.
No.
I didn't see them.
Were you in a haze?
They're illegal.
Out. And then Friday, dead. Saturday, pretty much dead. Sunday, coming to life. Monday, recovering. That was my weekend. with the COVIDs. Have you had the COVIDs yet? Have you had the Rona?
I don't believe you.
Okay.
Fake news. Fake news.
Certainly.
Here's what Suk and I believe. We believe you were scheduled to come back from Vegas on July 5th. Decided that you got an invite to Shadow, and said, "Ooh, what is the most unchallengeable illness that I can come up with that would allow me to extend my trip?" And you said COVID, because no one's going to test anymore. But people are also kind of like somewhat still like, oh, get away, like just stay away for a couple more days. Why don't you just stay for another 3? And you probably then got invited to the Wynn and played golf. We didn't even think about this. You probably went Shadow, Wynn, and then finished with like a Cascada or something, hopped on a plane, probably hopped on a private jet and came back home just in time for the show.
Yeah. It is true that
you overestimate me.
COVID is a blank check for whatever you want. I mean,
but here's the thing about COVID. The thing about COVID is when you come back from COVID, you can't, like, you show signs of COVID. Like, you can't fake COVID. You can fake, like, a death in the family, or you can fake a back injury. But when I came back,
both of those are horrifically bad luck, by the way. Like, those are like the worst possible things you could fake.
Yeah, I know.
That's
but
karma right there.
Yeah, that you're right. That's definitely karma. I'm not saying I would ever do that. I'm just saying, when I came back from COVID, the first thing I did, I cracked the mic, and Suk looks at me and goes, "What the hell are you doing here? You sound terrible. Get out of here. I don't want your
I don't want
Rona.
This. Get away."
So I was not. I wish I would have gotten an invite to Shadow Creek. Shadow Creek is delightful, but it was 120 degrees out there, so I'm not playing golf.
We've had a death in the family. School policy, just roll our old bones on down here. Yeah. You dig up your grandma, and we'll dig up your daughter.
Fun fact, Suk disseminated this the day I got back, that the old, the Wynn golf course there on the Wynn property, that's the old Desert Inn.
Yeah.
And that is where the drink cart was started by old Blue Eyes and
Dean Martin.
Dean Martin.
Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin.
They refused to go play with people without cocktails. And so they rigged up a drink cart with a bunch of cocktails on there and put a hot drive in it. And all of a sudden, this is in the 50s, all of a sudden, there's a drink cart. Now look around the world. Is there a golf course without one?
No.
Wow.
Isn't that great?
That's impressive. I thought you were going to say that's where Jimmy Hoffa was buried.
No. Well, I mean,
he's under the waterfall.
I'm guessing Frank knows. I just love the idea of Sinatra and Dean Martin, like some bigwig at the Desert Inn being like, "Blue Eyes, we need you to play with some high rollers." And he's like, "Not a chance. Not without some cocktails and a dame and a short skirt." And they're like, "You got it, Frank." And it's amazing. They have photos of it too. It's amazing. They built him a little cart, Madman style, and just
innovators.
And I just love, people were like, "Oh my gosh, mind blown." Dude, Sinatra was ahead of the game.
I have
we have derailed. What are we talking about?
Well, here. Okay, so I've got
Rob faking COVID for one, but now he's conveniently changed the subject.
I'm calling you out on your Heisman voting the year that so Eric Crouch won it. And by the way, can we talk about him? What he threw for 60 yards in the freaking championship game. He threw for 1,500 yards all year. He had more interceptions than
quarterback.
I know, but still, were we over our skis on him? Yes. That was a good team, but he wasn't that great.
No,
get out of here with that.
What do you calling me out on?
Well, hold on.
It went
Grossman. No.
Grossman.
Yes.
Dorsey.
Yes.
Me.
Yes.
Antoine Randall.
Wrong. Fake news. Antoine Randall was 6th. You're missing number 5. Another quarterback.
Missing number David Carr.
Yep, you're right. David Carr. Good call. And then 7
David Carr
was Roy Williams, Oklahoma Roy Williams.
Ooh, Oklahoma safety. Where is Julius?
He's at number 10. Bryant McKinney, number 8.
Tackle for
offensive tackle. Okay.
Dwight Freeney, number 9, and then Julius Peppers.
I can't win them all.
So you got to feel pretty good about being 4th in that group. I mean, that's some hell.
Bunch of Hall of Famers.
Yeah, some good players, except for Crouch.
Yeah, what the hell happened to me?
Remember Eric Crouch? Eric Crouch got drafted. I don't remember what round, like maybe 3rd or 4th.
Third round.
What?
3rd round. Yep.
Third round as a receiver, and he refused to play receiver. And they were like, They were like,
So
what do you-
I still talk to Eric, and when I do talk to him, I ask him how my Heisman is doing, and he says he's keeping it nice and polished on his shelf. But he actually went to camp as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And he went through mini camp, and he got through it, and he's like, I can't do this. Like I don't enjoy it. Like this is going to be miserable. And you know what? You can say what you want about turning down the money. He gave his signing bonus back. But good. I say good on him for knowing what he was capable of and what he wanted to do. And he's like, if you're not going to allow me to try and play quarterback, then I don't want to play wide receiver. And you know what? Good on him.
I've never heard that take on it, because most of us look at it and like, you know, Scott Frost did this, what was it? Woody Dantzler, stand back. I mean, lots of guys, it's like, it's this idea of, look, there's a spot for you in the NFL, but, I don't know Eric from Adam. But there is that mentality out there that a lot of people have where they look at this and say, is your ego not able to handle not being the star player, so therefore you don't want a career in the NFL? I think that's how a lot of people look at it.
Yeah, and Eric was different than a Scott Frost, right? Let's not forget Scott Frost was 215, 220 pounds, right? Eric Crouch was 6 foot, 6'1" maybe, you know, $195 dripping wet. I mean, the guy was a slot wide receiver, right? You weren't gonna move him to a strong safety position. That just wasn't in the cards for him. And so he went and he tried to play wide receiver. He's like, I hate it. I can't do this. And, you know, he gave it a shot and it didn't work.
Where is he now?
Nebraska.
What's he like, selling insurance or something?
You know what? He had last I talked with him, there was like an outdoor, I don't want to say like playground, but like wellness, like it wasn't personal training, but there was, I'm doing a horrible job describing it, but it's kind of evolved through the years, but there was,
like
outdoor exercise equipment, sales, and you know, wellness and exercise. Like he was doing very well for himself.
Yeah, he says he's a sales. This according to Internet, he's a territory manager for a major manufacturer in playground and recreational equipment in Omaha, Nebraska, and he's a TV analyst for. You know, on one of the local affiliates down there for Nebraska.
A handsome man.
He is a handsome man.
Only the second most handsome of that Heisman finalist group. Now, I was reading in my research of this today. One last thing on this, I saw an article from 2001 that was talking about how Eric Crouch did not deserve the Heisman. Rather, Rex Grossman and Ken Dorsey both better deserving, or more deserving, I guess. Who do you think, and you were not even mentioned, which I think is crazy, because if you look at the stats, you had just as good a stats as some of those other guys. Who do you think, who was the Heisman that year? Was it you? The real Heisman?
I think I had an opportunity, right? I think that when they moved our Oregon State game to December 1st or whatever, you know, this was before there was the Pac-10, Pac-12 championship. And so they played it just as a solo game. And we had the entire country watching, and it was raining sideways. And I threw for about 123 yards and, you know, and we squeaked out a win. I think had I had a moment that game, right? You know, had that 300-yard last second comeback in that game with everybody watching, I think I could have won it. But I didn't, right? Instead, it was ugly, and it, you know, like we've talked about, I never threw a touchdown pass against Oregon State. Eric had that moment, right? People forget how he had that moment against Oklahoma with the reverse pass that he caught for the touchdown, and they beat, you know, Nebraska beat Oklahoma, and all of a sudden they're rolling. Ken Dorsey, I think, was the victim of, or I should say beneficiary, depending on how you look at it. I mean, that was arguably the greatest team in the history of college football, and that was, you know, the quarterback of the best team. I think if you were going to make an argument for somebody who went out and absolutely dominated every single game, it's Rex Grossman. Like that, he was throwing for 350 before throwing for 350 was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he took Spurrier and Danny Werfel and he put it on steroids. I mean, that year he was just chucking that thing. I think this was before Manziel, and people were really hesitant to give it to a sophomore, and Rex was a sophomore that year.
Yeah, I looked it up, by the way, and a bunch of college football writers and Heisman voters voted. And on the 15 worst Heisman trophies given out of all time, and number one is indeed Eric Crouch.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
And it actually says in here, and that they did a little tidbit that they said that there were 3 people that should have won it over Eric Crouch.
Joey Harrington.
And Joey Harrington is one of them.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they said that you should have had it, and their number one, by the way, that should have had it is indeed Grossman. So they went with. They went with Crouch the worst, Jason White the second, and Andre Ware the third as the 3 worst Heismans ever given out.
Jason.
I just think nobody in that year truly grabbed it, right? Nobody said this is mine, right? Everybody had some sort of flaw. Everybody had an opportunity, and you know, it was truly like with the country watching Nebraska, Oklahoma. Eric had that moment.
Yeah.
He had that memorable play. You know, they call it the Heisman moment, where you remember that one play that one player makes, and there you go, and that lives forever.
That's right. That is what it comes down to. Now, you weren't thinking about the Heisman stuff before the Oregon State game, were you?
You're asking me to remember what I was thinking about 21 years ago. I can't remember what I was thinking about for breakfast. Like,
what I'm saying is that didn't affect your performance. It was just a rainy day.
No, I just played that crap.
Yeah.
I mean, I always played like. Ironically, that game at Oregon State where I threw 5 picks and fumbled, I actually played really well. Like, I think I threw for like 3 1/4 or something. Like, it was humming that day. But like, you know, that was just the breaks I had against Oregon State, where it was like, all right, I honestly think I put too much pressure on myself because of Oregon State, not because of the Heisman.
Mm-hmm. Big rivalry game. Okay, last question. Coach Rai, what does that name mean to you?
Double rye whiskey, High West, double rye.
Come on now.
Michter's straight from the barrel rye, barrel proof 10-year. What are we talking about?
He's the guy who was from Orange Theory who pledged money to the Harrington Family Foundation and he stole it.
He didn't give it to you.
And he put you on the list. Yeah, like, you know about this, right? You have to know.
I heard something about this because Madeline, our executive director, sent me the article or sent did you ever talk to this guy? I was like, no. Who is it and what did he do? Like, well, apparently he used our organization's name to raise money and then bolted. I was like, sweet. Did we get a check? She said no. I was like, well, then screw him. Are we in trouble? No. All right. Well, see ya.
I guess I'll go play golf.
Yeah.
No, Orange Theory is going to make it right though. I think they're sending $1,000 to each of the charities that he said he was going to donate to. So you're going to get a little money.
Hey, sweet. There you go. I'll let you know if I get it.
Coach Rai.
Coach Rai.
What a scumbag.
I know, who does that?
The charity fraud thing, that's about as low as it gets.
Like faking a death.
Right?
To play golf.
I mean, of all the ways
you would do that.
At Shadow Creek, no less. Although, hey, Shadow Creek, if you are going to fake a death,
dude.
Shadow Creek is fake death worthy.
Legit.
Yeah.
Legit.
Yeah.
Okay, Joey. Great job.
Well, thanks. It's good to have you back.
Thanks. I didn't fake COVID.
You're suspect.
All right, we'll talk to you next week. Bye.
Bye.
Joey Harrington each week on The Fan, brought to you by Mods PDX. Coming up next, Snake News kicks off the club on The Fan.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of
not your first, but you have no idea when your first was.
I've been there.
So it's your second. Have you?
I don't think I've been there since didn't they do like a top deck thing?
They redid the one side, yes.
When did they do that?
A long time.
Was it that long ago?
It was a while ago, yes.
I don't think it was.
It was. I'll see when they did the Providence Park renovation.
Well, look, let's put it this way. I haven't been to a game since all the S went down with Merritt Paulson and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Remember all that stuff?
Yes.
I haven't been to a game since then.
Oh, well, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while.
What do you mean it's going to be a while? What does that mean?
It's probably going to be, well, I guess I should say it's been a while. By the way, it was like, 5 years ago they did that?
Yeah, see, that wasn't that long ago.
5 years?
Yeah.
You're saying that's not a long time ago?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say you haven't been in, I'm going to go 9 years. The fact that you have no idea when it was.
Well, I know the coach was, the coach was,
Gio Savarese?
No, before him. The guy, we ran into him at the Oregon Sports Awards. So we had to I was on like Talking Ball or something, and they had us out there doing interviews, and he showed up, and he was an ass. His name was, he was just...
Caleb Porter?
Yeah, I think it was that guy.
Okay.
I didn't like him.
So
I boycotted.
That would have been 2013 to 2017.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That sounds about.
Yeah.
It's
probably 8 years.
It's been a stretch. Been a stretch since you've been there. Well, welcome.
But I'm going.
Welcome to the Timbers Army. Are you going to be lighting the fires? Are you going to be down there in the Timbers Army?
What does that mean? No, I'm in the club level. Come on, man. But what do I need to know?
Well, you got to get. Well, I'm assuming you've already got your scarf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got my scarf.
Yeah. You got to be there. You got to be there for the anthem to wave the scarf.
Okay, so is that right before the game starts?
No, it's in between notes of the. Well, yeah, the anthem's before, and then you'll just follow the crowd. They do a scarf thing during the national anthem. You'll get that. All right. And then you won't know any of the chants, so you can't do that.
What if I do my own chants?
I suppose you could try to start your own chant. I say you go with that. Other than that, 2 halves, 45 each, extra time.
Do you think
Let's go.
Do you think I'll get bored?
Yes. I think
do
you will.
too.
I think you will get bored.
Yeah, I do too. But
someone says Vancouver Ford text line, go to a Timbers game, you little bitch.
You little bitch. I am, you bitch. I'm going.
Is this because your kid and his gal want to go?
I can't wait. No, there's a couple friends in town, and they wanted to go.
Okay.
Kick the ball, you little bitch. So I was like, all right, we'll go.
It's a really good time.
I know. I can't wait.
I don't like your
I like sports.
I don't like your sarcasm.
I'm a big sports guy.
Yeah. Well.
And look, anything club level, I'm okay with. You know what I mean? It's just...
so you down to like in the field suites?
I don't know. Club level.
Well, again, there's varying little areas. Are you in the suites? Are you down in the field? Are you on the key bank side?
I just know I'm not with the peasants.
You have no idea.
That's the way I want it.
You have no idea where you're at.
I'm in the club level. That's what they said. It's C2.
C2.
Yes. I don't know what that means, but that's where we'll be.
Okay.
Look for me down there.
Okay.
Don't throw anything at me. I'm a Timbers fan.
You come down with us.
Come on! Where are you sitting?
We're on the field suites.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah. My buddy's got season tickets.
Bye!
So the club level, I believe then you'll be indoors.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Well, like I said, there's lots of different areas, but if I believe the club level that if you just say it's the club, I'm pretty sure that's an indoor space.
Okay.
So
cool.
It's
gonna be hot.
I think that's about the lamest experience you can get.
No.
But it's also probably the one that you will enjoy the most.
I hope Caleb Porter's down there.
You can go yell at him.
I'll make up with him. All right, well, that's going to be exciting. Hey, I got snake news, and then why Joe Fisher was all flummoxed yesterday.
And flummoxed he was. I felt bad.
We need a explainer on this.
Joe goes through a lot of existential crises, and this one I thought was maybe the dumbest one.
I still don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, it was the thing.
Well, it was a thing at the end of the golf tournament yesterday.
And I feel like we kind of ruined Joe's day, and we did nothing.
No, the only person that ruined Joe's day was Joe.
Yes. And look, I admit I have a problem at times picking. Totally get it. Schultze, I love you, and I'm working on it. The Joe Fisher one, this is 100% on Joe. But it's a fascinating look into...
something jammed him up.
Yes.
And it was something that should never have jammed him up.
But I think it jams a lot of people up, and it is a fascinating look into the human mind.
That's a good tease.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great tease. I'm more intrigued now than ever.
And we have audio of the dude dining and ditching on the bitches.
Good summary.
That guy's an American hero.
We have too much going on.
Yeah, a lot.
We'll be right back. It is 6:21 on the Fan. Hey, what's up? Window Nation. All right, so here's the deal. Buy 2 windows right now, get 2 windows free, and pay nothing with no interest for 2 years. So that right there saves you a bunch of money if you need new windows for your home. But the other reason to go with Window Nation is they do all of the key things well. There's a lot you have to consider with Windows. It's not just take the smallest bid or the cheapest bid and go with that. That can cause a lot of problems. You need quality product, and that's what Window Nation uses. They have a quad foam insulation and a quad max sealant that nobody else uses. A high performance trim coil, if you will. Come on, gold label. Let's go. Installers who have an average of 10 years of experience installing Windows. That's important because if they don't do it right, you can be paying a bunch of money down the road to fix it. And they have an 11-point vetting process with all of those guys. And then they have a full lifetime warranty. So that's what sets Window Nation apart. They do partner with Milgard, so the windows that you buy will be made locally for our climate. So if you need new windows, or you've been thinking about new windows, you've been putting it off, now is the time to get with Window Nation. Just give them a call at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. There you can schedule a free, no obligation quote. We'd love for you to tell them that you heard it from Isaac on the Fan. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule. And please tell them you heard it from me.
The Blazers are dealing.
To have a moment where you're hoping something happens and then it actually does. Everyone's just happy.
What's the next move?
Jeremy Grant is not going to put you over the top by you're going to compete. He might be good for 3 or 4 wins next year. Okay. And what's more important, not winning those games or getting a 2031 first-round pick?
caught trying to smuggle more than 100 live snakes into mainland China.
Oh.
By stuffing them into his pants.
Yeah, I feel like we have this story every now and then where someone tries to smuggle like dangerous animals in their pants, and it just seems like a terrible idea.
So I'm sure you have a picture in your mind of what that might. So 100.
It's got to be small snakes, right?
Well, they're not. I mean, obviously they're not huge, but what that may look like is not what you think.
Yeah, he's got to put them in some sort of tube or bags.
Yeah,
or something,
he
right?
puts them in plastic bags.
Yeah,
and they're pretty flat.
Yeah,
and so, I mean,
how can the snake breathe?
I don't know that. Probably holes in it.
And how are you confident that the snake? Boy, plastic bags. I'll tell you what, I trust a Ziploc bag from time to time. You know, I'll marinate some meat in there, but you know what I don't do? I don't put a snake in it, punch some holes, and be like, it'll be good.
Well, how about 100 snakes? Actually, it was 104.
It's a lot of snakes.
Yeah, during an inspection, officers found 6 canvas drawstring bags sealed with tape in the pockets of his pants.
Good grief.
Officers opened the bag and found that each bag contained a number of live snakes in various shapes and colors.
So he's rocking some cargo pants. I often wonder why dudes wear cargo pants. Apparently, snakes.
I mean, come on. How do you think you're going to get away with that?
I don't know. How does anyone think they're going to get away with anything? But then again, it's the same idiot that, like, who thinks they're going to smuggle 100 live snakes in?
Yeah, like, look at that.
God, that's a lot of snakes.
Yeah, 104, dude. And they're not. I mean, they're pretty small.
Well,
I
it's
guess.
tough. I'm assuming that's just like a normal sized card table like that those are laid out on.
Here.
It's a lot of snakes.
Yeah, there. That'll give you a better idea.
Good grief.
He had all that in his pants.
What was he?
Were they snake?
Were they illegal snakes? Like what?
I don't know what he was trying to do here. It doesn't even say.
Does China have a big no snakes policy?
There were 5 different snakes: the milk snake, western hognose, corn snake, Texas rat snake, and bull snake.
I don't think any of those. Well, I only know like 2 or 3 of those, but I don't think they're poisonous.
None of them are venomous.
Yeah,
but they are non-native. 4 of the 5 are non-native to China.
Yes, you get. You know, you can't have that. Otherwise, next thing you know, the corn snake's eating all the whatever, and you know. What a dumbass.
Yeah, what a dumbass.
My guess is, too, I'm just throwing this out there. Of all the places that I wouldn't want to go to prison, can I just say China is near my top? Like, I don't know if it's number 1. That might be Russia. But
yeah, I was going to say Russian prison or Chinese prison?
China. I think I'm taking Chinese prison.
Didn't we do the scariest prisons in the world?
Oh, yeah.
And
we did.
We had the pit, and we had the mental psych out in Russia.
There's one somewhere like in down in Mexico or Ecuador or something, somewhere down in Central or South America, and like the inmates just run it. Like
yeah, there was the one that ran itself. There was the one with the pit, and then there was the one with the all the psychological bags over your head, changing rooms. All
That's
that.
the one in Russia.
Yeah.
That's the Black Dolphin. And everywhere you walk, they handcuff your hands behind your back, and then you're like on a rope above you, and then you're hooded the entire time. Yeah, no thanks. But I still think I'm taking China over Russia, but China's like top 2 or 3.
China.
All for smuggling some non-venomous snakes? Yeah, it can't be a lot of money in that. Can't
What
be a
about
lot of
North
money
Korea?
in milks. Yeah, that's number 1.
Yeah, that's got to beat China.
That's number 1. I didn't even consider
that's
that.
not even prison. Like,
no,
you're
that's
basically it's
you're
a death
just
sentence.
yeah, it's a death. Yeah, you're not. You know. I like when they returned that American and they were like, we don't know what happened to him. Must have hit his head before we got him. Remember they turned him and he had like a massive head,
And
like
all that guy did was steal like a poster.
something like that. Yeah, to like one of the hotels, and then they arrested him and they're like, hey, just so you know, he's dead when we found him. And they're like, here you go. Maybe
no, he wasn't dead when they. He. What happened was he stole like a poster or something really mundane.
Yeah, something dumb.
And they locked him up, and then all of a sudden they say he's got this brain hemorrhage or something.
Yeah.
And then he ends up dying, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know
He
what
just
happened.
must have bumped his head."
Yeah. Maybe that island. What is it? Is it the Senegales? Yeah. Do they have
Senegal Island? Yeah.
Do they have a prison?
No.
No.
I think I know what their.
I was gonna say, is that maybe number 1? Like, you know, they just, you know.
You think they have a prison there?
Well, I don't know. They tie you to a big pole and they drag you around. I mean,
They just throw an arrow through your heart.
Yeah. I didn't know if they did have a prison, but that would probably be number 1. But you know, it's
All right.
varying degrees.
Why we flummoxed Joe Fisher last night at the golf tournament. Next, here's Buck.
Now.
show, and they're playing at a McMenamins.
Are they doing the what's it? The Edgefield one?
Forest Grove.
Oh, okay. I saw Portugal the Man in a McMenamins, I think.
Really?
Wait, no, that was just Edgefield.
Edgefield's great. I haven't been out there in a while. Gotta get out there. This show appears to be at the Grand Lodge.
Okay.
In Forest Grove, which I have never been to. But, yeah, how about that? Blues Traveler. Heading out west. So he had to go. Apparently they go on early. So I'll try to tell you this story. I missed a lot of it. I was not actually there for a lot of this, but Suk has relayed to me what happened.
Yeah, I have no idea where this is going.
This is with Joe. Joe Fisher is a character in this play because at our golf tournament yesterday, a very nice P1. His name is P1 Orange O Guy. You know him.
Sure.
He basically
he follows us. He texts us. Yeah.
Yeah. He texts in a lot. He's a listener, big Winterhawks guy. And I'm not really sure why, but he carries around a giant cardboard O for Oregon State. It's orange, and it is autographed by many a celebrity, including Jason Sukanik and yours truly.
Yeah, so I believe that he brings this to OSU football games and holds it up as a sign.
Is that what it is?
I think, but then I think he's had players autograph it. He's had media people autograph it. So, yeah, I didn't know that he brought it around with him places, but I am familiar with the O.
His commitment to the bit is another level.
Yeah,
it's always with him. So he does not golf, and he shows up to our check-in registration area yesterday, and Kim Martinez, our fearless leader, our GM, is up there checking people in.
Mm-hmm.
And Kim turns to him and says, can I help you? And he said, oh, no, I don't golf. And she's like, well, can I do anything? What do you...
Yeah.
Kind of like, what are you doing?
So then what are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Well, he was dropping off, very thoughtful. He thought of me. And he was dropping off a smallish bucket of what I would call shag bag golf balls.
Okay.
I don't know if he had them in his garage. I don't know where they came from. I only spoke to him briefly.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, Rob, I got something for you. And he said, here, these golf balls are for you. I thought of you. I'm like, great, thanks, dude. And then he went fishing.
Okay.
So that was his day.
Sounds nice.
So the day goes on. This was early in the day. The day goes on, and I totally forgot about the golf balls. Kind of busy out there. And then the final sort of awards wraps up. We wrap up, turn off the mic, and we're standing around talking. And Joe Fisher is standing there with the orange bucket of shag bag golf balls. And there were some decent balls in there. There was also some crappy balls. It's like a shag bag, right?
Right. It's the grab bag of what you find when you're looking for your ball, where sometimes you get a nice Titleist, sometimes you get a crappy noodle or whatever.
We've all done this, right? We've put together this.
Yep.
I
usually sort them out. I have the better ones. Anyways, yeah.
Anyway, the crux of this is that Joe Fisher was flummoxed that I didn't want the golf balls. As nice as it was that he brought the golf balls, Joe Fisher could not understand why I said, Joe, take the golf balls. He couldn't understand it.
Okay.
So at first, apparently, according to Suk, now this is all via Suk, Fisher was picking through the balls looking for good balls to take.
Okay.
Which, okay.
Was this before taking the whole bag was offered?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he was hunting through your bag for a couple good balls.
He's like, oh, I wonder if there's any good balls in here. I'll grab a couple and throw them in my golf bag, which, whatever, that's fine. Well, then Suk was saying, Rob is not going to want those golf balls.
Yeah, you should just take them.
You should just take them. And then Joe was like, well, why wouldn't he want them? I'm like, well, or I don't know what Suk said to him, but Suk said, I don't want the golf balls. You should just take the golf balls. And Joe could not understand why we did not want these golf balls. So I come over to Joe, and I'm like, hey, I see you got the bucket of golf balls. Those are yours, man. Look at those. There's some good ones in there. Pulled out a Pro V1.
Sure.
Nice little golf ball.
Okay.
That one will roll real well on the greens there, Joe. Good luck. And he's like, well, but why don't you what?
Was he thinking these golf balls aren't good enough for you, but you think they're good enough for me? What is?
I don't quite know.
Okay.
But I know that. Well, here's what I think it is. Can we just cut to the chase here?
Sure, I would love to. I still don't get it.
Well, would you want the golf balls?
I don't. I guess I would have to look at them. If someone brought me the bucket, I would say thank you. I would take them home. I would pick out the ones I wanted, and I would probably throw the rest. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, okay. Here's a little aside.
Because I don't want a bunch of really crappy balls if they were dead driving range style. I don't know. I'm not going to probably play those, but
right.
Well,
just because you're not going to play them doesn't mean you can't have them in your garage to chip around.
Sure, of course. They could serve a purpose. Certainly.
Yeah. So everyone I think a lot of golfers have a bunch of golf balls in a bucket somewhere.
I already do at home. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, here's the aside. The aside is that I think I talked about it on the show. I could not give away one of those big, giant Home Depot painter's buckets.
You've got more than you know what to do with.
Dude, hundreds of golf balls in there.
Yeah.
I couldn't give it away. I put it on OfferUp, and people were like, well, can you bring it to me? They're like, how good are they? What kind of balls? I'm like, oh, my God, forget it. So I don't even know what I ended up doing with it. I think I just donated them. But Joe, I think the thing that Joe doesn't understand is a lot of golfers, well, not everybody has a shag bag, but if you do, you already have that. You don't just accumulate golf balls. Golf balls to me are like pens. They're just everywhere.
Right.
Yes, you have to buy the one. So I play a certain golf ball.
Right, and that's the one you like. But if someone comes up to you with a box of pens, you're probably like, well, that's great, but I have pens at home. I have one that I really like to write with. I've got a bunch of others in the junk drawer that I could also write with.
Correct.
I just don't need these.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or if I have to, if I like a certain pen, I already have that pen.
Right.
I have a bunch of those.
Maybe if someone brought you an entire box of just the exact pen that you always write with, maybe a different story, but that's about it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the minority on this, but I think a lot of golfers who play a lot, they play a certain ball. And by the way, let me just tell you, not to be golf douche on you, but to be golf douche on you, one of the most important things in golf that amateurs don't put any stock into is the golf ball and the type of golf ball you play based on how you hit the ball. It can really help or hinder you depending on what ball you play. So I play a certain ball. You should probably, even if you're really serious, you get fitted for a ball, and so the pros will tell you, here's the ball that you should play based on how you hit the ball. This will help you with X, Y, and Z. So I play a certain ball, and when I lose some of them because I suck, but then the ones that get scuffed up or I take out of the rotation,
then they become your shag bag balls.
Exactly.
Yeah, so because you play so much, you just naturally have an accumulation that causes a situation where you don't need more.
I have an abundance of golf balls.
Yes.
And I think people that play golf as much as I do have an abundance of golf balls.
It's kind of like if you always cooked or were cooking for yourself, and then you made yourself the meal that you really liked, and someone's like, hey, here, do you want all my leftovers? Some of them are really good. You're like, well, I kind of cook my own meals. So I already have all the ingredients and the food, and I have the food that I want, and I have my own leftovers. I don't really need your box of leftovers.
Yeah. I think here's what I really think was going on with Joe Fisher, and I think Suk agrees with this, that he was coming to grips with the fact that he was being a cheap ass, which is fine. I mean, again, it's fine. If that's...
So you think it's that he couldn't fathom turning down free golf balls of any kind?
He's like, dude, this is a lot of money. And it is. If you buy golf balls, golf balls aren't cheap.
If you went and bought 60 new balls, that's going to cost you.
There was probably 100 balls in there. That's a lot, that's a couple bucks a ball, isn't it?
Depends on the balls, but yeah.
Some of them are crappy. But for a guy like Joe, that's gold. For me and Suk and a lot of other people, it's I don't need that. And I don't know why that was so hard for him to understand.
I think for a lot of people that would not be gold. I don't know, even new golfers.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure totally where the hang-up was. But
well, again, that's why I think Joe in his head was like, oh man, am I being a cheap ass? And the answer is yes. But that's okay. Because we all are. In our own various ways. So that was why Joe Fisher was flummoxed yesterday.
Okay.
And so now he has a bunch of golf balls.
Well, that sounds great for him, and I'm not sure he should be upset.
I'm going to make a prediction. Here's the final.
That he thinks half of them suck?
He'll end up giving away those. Some of those golf balls he'll end up giving away. He'll come. The light will come on. It's just going to take time because he's kind of new into golf.
Yeah, but I thought he'd been playing for long enough now that he had his own shag bag probably. But
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not.
But, if you're out on a golf course enough, like yesterday, I was out there. We weren't even playing, right? We were just at our golf
stinking
course.
around.
I found so many really good golf balls.
Sure. In the high grass?
Guess what I did with them?
Gave them to someone.
Threw them in the water. No, I'm just kidding. No, a couple of them I put in my bag.
So you wanted those?
Yeah, they were nice. And almost new. Playable golf balls. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
And the brand that I play. All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Thanks to our fan listeners and Autotown GMC for making the 10th annual Fan Golf Classic
who have the means, but you know, a lot of boomers are like this. They grew up in
100%
in that era where it's like they could have. It's like the guy who worked at the same job for 57 years and never spent a penny.
Right.
My grandma, now he's worth $5 million. And you know, he never really made over $100,000, but he's got a year, but he's got like $5 million because he was so frugal.
Yeah.
And he's still that, even with $5 million, like that, that's how he got there. So he's not going to change now.
Yeah, my grandma was that way, like, you know, child of the Depression and all that, and basically was in a spot where like everything was almost hoarded. Like she couldn't throw something away because it might be good to use later, even if it was like there was a time my mom was helping her clean out her garage, and we pulled out a can of Dinty Moore stew that was like put out before I was born. And it was 20 years past, but she's like, well, someone will probably eat that someday. And it's like, no one will.
Won't.
But like, she could not part with this stupid can of stew.
Dude, I deal with this. My mom, she's not a hoarder, but she's damn close. And the thing about her big hang up is, well, I don't want to throw it away.
Because that's wasteful.
But
it's already...
But I do want to give it away, but I don't know who to give it to, so I'm just going to leave it right here and we'll worry about it later.
Yeah.
And that's how stuff accumulates. But then 99% of the stuff doesn't go anywhere, it just stays there. But for the 1%, like let's say she saves the most mundane thing, like, hey, Mom, do you have a rubber band? She's like, aha! I saved that whole bag of rubber bands.
I do have something for that.
And I saved it in 1989, and I know right where it is, and I'm going to give it to you now. That is the most satisfying. For someone like that, she says that is the most satisfying thing.
Yeah.
When they have saved something, and then now they have a place for it to go to use.
I remember Christmases where my grandparents would want to save the wrapping paper that we unwrapped our presents with, and the bows, and the ribbon. And my grandma would be so jazzed when she had the exact right size ribbon that she could reuse.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's like, yes, I just saved $1.19 by holding on to this bow.
For 12 years.
This ribbon. Yeah, for 12 years.
What?
It's crazy. That mentality is crazy to me, though. Because it never leaves some people. And no, to the texter's point, I don't remember the time when I stopped taking things for free.
Just because they were free or anything?
Right.
Just because they were free.
No, some free things are great.
Yeah.
But, yeah, just because they're free. I think Will Ortner's still in that.
Oh, he for sure is.
Yeah, he's still in that mode.
I was in that mode longer than I care to admit.
Yeah, I probably was too. All right. Buckley's going to go use his new barbecue. He just put together a barbecue today.
Yeah, we put together a Blackstone, but we got to season it first. We probably aren't cooking on it tonight. Maybe breakfast tomorrow. Big spread.
Everybody have a great weekend. We are back Monday, 3 to 7 on The Fan. Good night.